this. Like the work.
Sometimes it's rainy, sometimes it's cloudy. That's what journey means. Can't see the scene ahead's blurry, but we still must pursue the dream. Travel through the heights and shallows, put on a sturdy shell to face our perils. I hear about your last trace. Love is shining bright in the deep night. Stand up to fight many times and know what's wrong or right. The scars will finally heal. Do not fear the road not taken. The honor is our problem. Do not go gentle in the good night. The day I wanna seize comes with the greetings of the breeze. Will there be bright day? Please tell me. Travel through infinite dusks and dawns, break through the strong tide to reach the other side. I hear about your last trace. Some words are heavy when some words are light. We are like two meteors that miss each other. We'll finally reunite to catch up with the sunlight, with the brightest fire. The memories softly touch my face. dark night, hope shines steadfast, a beacon true to come over until the end of tunnel. This melody will embrace you. I'm waiting here, waiting for you.
All right, everybody. About time I get started. So let me just set things up. So yeah, hello. Keacs here, back with another Genshin Impact live stream. It's been a while. I'm doing yet another Genshin Science live stream. It's been some time since, well, the last one. In fact, the last one was about. Let me go to my desktop. The last one was about. I'll go to my. Sorry, give me a second here. The last one was about. Well, testing the radius of Teyvat. But that was last time. But this time, I will be instead doing doing a little bit of a follow-up to one of my older, a video that's more or less about a year old now. It is this video, a high accuracy map distance measurement method in Genshin Impact. So yeah, since it's been a year, I do think that it's probably best if we do at least, yeah, it's almost 10 months, it's been 10 months. I think it is best that I do a bit of a check to see if it still works and whatnot. And of course, if it doesn't work, then I'll try and measure stuff, and hopefully it'll fix the problem. But right now we don't know, we don't really know if it works or not, so we'll just go back. What we're going to do is I'm just going to do some measurements and whatnot. And obviously this has to do with measuring distances with the map. So yeah, again, since it's been about a year, I do think it's best that I do a little bit of a recap of that video, because you know that one was quite a while ago. So let me go ahead and head over to Paintal Sai. So Skirk, you can play the lyre, I guess. Just relax. Whoops. Oh well, whatever. She could play the lyre while we're busy doing stuff. So first, okay, let me head over to Paintal Sai, set everything up, and we'll be on our way. So here we are, Paintal Sai. And there we go. All right, so recap, because it's been a while. So, what exactly was that video about? And so that video, give me a moment here, I just need to do something. All right, recap time. So how exactly do we measure distances with the map? Well, the idea is very simple. So if we imagine this is our map, and if we have 2 points on that map and we want to measure the straight line distance between them, simply put, we just take a screenshot and then we measure this length in pixels. So whatever this length is, we'll measure that in pixels, which we'll call LP. But obviously that length is in pixels. We want it to be in terms of meters, at least the in-game meters. I have no idea if there is any way to measure it, to measure the actual real scale of Teyvat, which there are a lot of people who do genuinely think that the in-game presented map is, or in-game presented world is smaller than it actually is. So again, I can't really do anything about that. So at most I can just use measurements that are given to us from the game. And well, yeah. Okay. Hello, Anna. Let me take a look at your chat. Bro, have you tried model where Teyvat gravity mainly comes from okay. Have you tried to model where Teyvat's gravity mainly comes from? Because if it's flat, then gravity will act weird, but gravity in Teyvat acts like a spherical mass body surface. Actually, well, I can talk about that. That does sound like an interesting topic I can eventually do. Have you tried to model where Teyvat's gravity mainly comes from? Because if it's flat, then gravity will act weird, but gravity in Teyvat acts like a spherical mass body surface. Actually, I will say though, there are genuine differences between the gravitational field. Oh, hello Niam. It's been a while. Hey. So yeah, there are genuine differences between a flat surface gravitational acceleration and a curved spherical body gravitational acceleration. And it's something due to something called tidal forces. And that is because on the surface of, in the sphere, gravity acts towards the center of that object. So as you can see here, the gravitational forces will always point inward. But of course, if you zoom in like really close or a little bit closer and you go over here, you will actually notice that there will be a slight small deviation like this. Of course, the question is, this kind of depends on how big the planet is and whether or not its mass is, depending on its mass, its radius and whatnot. It depends on a lot of things. But as of now, I do think that Teyvat's gravity does very much likely feel like this, which we often call it a uniform gravitational field. Another way to actually know if gravity is, if gravity is like, like this rather than this. Well, actually, I'm not really too sure. Well, if anything, it depends. Anyway, let me go ahead and read some more of chat. Is the latter situation on Earth? Well, yeah, the second situation here, this spherical place. Well, Earth is approximately spherical. It's not 100% spherical, but it can approximate it. It can be approximately spherical, so with very high degree of accuracy. So yeah. Anyway, and around the surface of Teyvat, or around the surface, there are very, very, very small horizontal components. But again, this would be very hard to see. You would have to drop two objects like relatively far apart to see that they will eventually come closer together. But yeah, there's not much I could do about that. Anyway, let me go back to the main topic of the video, which was about measuring distances on the map. So yeah, we have a distance. We measure that in pixels. So I guess I should also indicate here that this has to be in pixels. But of course, we need a way to convert it to meters. And well, we do that with this equation, which is L. This one is in meters, at least Teyvat meters, whatever a Teyvat meter is. So I'm just going to indicate it as that. And the pixels will be indicated as a unit of P. So we have a length of meters. Then we have our length in pixels, and we divide it by a constant. Well, not really a constant, but we divide it by a conversion factor. Now, what is this conversion factor? Well, obviously, for one thing, it has to be measured in terms of pixels per meter, because if you do the proper unit or dimensional analysis, you will have a distance. The length P is going to be in pixels. So in order to get meters, we need to make this one needs to be in pixels per meter. So yeah, it is just genuinely a conversion factor. So yeah, here we go. We have length in LP is in measurement of pixels. Now, what exactly is this rho? It actually depends, because let me head back to Genshin here for a bit. It actually depends on your zoom. I call it it depends on how closely you're zoomed in and how much you've zoomed out. Obviously, this depends on the height of this, and it depends on the height of the slider. So yeah. So let me get back to Paint.si here. Paint.si. Excuse me. We have that rho is actually going to be equal to the pixels per meter at 100% zoom, and you subtract that by the pixels per meter at 0% zoom. And then you multiply this by something called the zoom factor. And then you add it with rho 0 naught. row 0%, yeah, row 0% zoom. That's what it means. Now, just to clarify, oh, what's the zoom factor thing? ZF? ZF, that actually is a function. It depends on your slider height, but let me very quickly write this out. It is equal to Z prime. This is a lot of stuff that I did in my video, but it's just a recap. So we got this. It's equal to this. Then, of course, the question now is, what the heck is Z prime? Well, Z prime is this. I will explain everything eventually, but I think I'll just zoom in general. What zoom is? Oh, zoom? Oh, zoom. Okay. Zoom just refers to how far close you are. Yeah, okay. You see the slider here in the side of the screen here. Okay. So yeah, we have this slider. If I scroll it up and down, you can see that I am able to zoom in and out of the map. That is literally what the zoom refers to. It literally just refers to how close, yeah, that's what it means. That's really all it means. Now, I also should say that in the equations I showed earlier, I have like this row 100% and this row 0%. But what this 100% kind of just refers to fully zoomed in. So fully zoomed in. And the next one is this 0%, which will be fully zoomed out. That is how I defined it. How I defined it in my equations. It ended up being that way. It's up. You technically could do it another way. You could define it as in another way, but that's just how I personally did it. So, oops, fully zoomed out. There we go. So yeah, let me again go into a little bit more detail about what that means. So the slider here, when it's at the very top, that is whatever pixels per meter we measure here at this fully zoomed in state, that is going to correspond to row 100%. So if I measure it when I'm fully zoomed out like this, when the slider is at the bottom, that will be row 0%. That is just how I defined it. The exact derivation of these equations, you could refer to my video on that, the how to measure distances with the map video. All right. Now, again, it's more of just a quick view. But okay, then now there's like this thing. What the heck is this? This thing is called the zoom factor, ZF. And well, the zoom factor depends on the height of the slider. A little bit indirectly. It's more accurate to say that it depends on the percent height of the slider. So if I put this at the middle, this will be 50%. If I put it at 3/4 from the bottom, that will be 75%. But of ZF is a little bit more complicated than that because it depends, because it's not exactly linear. Now, what do I mean by that? It's a little bit complicated, but I think it should be pretty easy to demonstrate. So here I can, if I go to this, so it might look a little scary. Here's our zoom factor. If we plot it ZF, and if I go to the equation here, you also see that we have this Z prime, and I'll explain what it is in a bit. We have this H, but these H's are constants. Don't worry too much about them. And if I plot them, yeah, it is not linear. So yeah, the height of the height, it is not at all linear. How quick the percentage height of this slider is not linear. So you could actually very easily see that if you zoom in and out close to the top versus zooming in and out towards the top. You can see here that I'm zooming in and out, but it's not changing the scale nearly as much. And well, yeah, So it's when you're close, when you're very close, you can see it changes a lot. But when I'm towards the top, it changes very little. So yeah, you can literally see it in the you can actually see it. So this is, and yeah, it is something that I actually needed to, that I didn't even realize until doing some testing, and then found that, oh, it's not at all linear. So then I had to figure out a fit for it, and somehow I found a pretty much a perfect fit. But yeah, anyway, let me go back to Paintal Psi. So what exactly is this H? Well, basically it's just a constant factor that will that helps predict the correct values. So it's literally just 1.2. That's what it is for Teyvat. And this will only work for Teyvat, by the way. I have not measured it for the Teapot maps or Enconomia or any of the other places. So yeah, H is equal to that, 1.2. And again, if you're wondering how I got that number, how did I calculate this number H? Well, it has to do with it had to do with fitting, curve fitting. So yeah, this looks like a bunch of stuff, but the reality is that this just, excuse me, I kind of just went into Desmos and then like took all my data and then just plotted it. And yeah, this is more or less the value I got. But it's pretty close to 1.2, so I assumed that it is. You get a little bit of a drop in accuracy. Like, it drops down to a little bit, but I'll be honest, I use 1.2 because it's just so close to 100% anyway, being 100% correct. Now, the last one. What is the very last thing? So let me go back to Paintal Psi. The very last one, which is the Z prime. Well, obviously, so in order for us to get the height of the slider, we need to actually measure it with pixels and whatnot. And well, this is measured with Z minus Z naught, all divided by Z total minus 2Z naught. Now, again, this is probably sounding like gibberish, but so what does everything mean? So let me just take a screenshot of the thing here. So I'll paste it into Paintal Psi for you guys. So it depends on the slider. So if I put my slider into Paintal Psi, let me grow it up a bit. So this thing, the slider, has a certain height to it. So you measure it from the, if you measure it like this, well, yeah, hold on, actually, let me get another, I need to actually get another screenshot. Let me zoom out. Paste, zoom in. There we go. Now I'm just going to take all of this, move it down here. Then I'm going to adjust the transparency so that way, oh gosh, that's not aligned at all. Oh well, I'll have to fix that. Give me a moment, I'm sorry. It's because all of this, so I just need to align this. I just need to align it a little bit, not 100% accurate. So let me just align everything. Okay. Now, this might look a little confusing, but I promise it's not. Don't freak out here. So, okay, we'll put this at 40% opacity and this one at 40% opacity. Now, I guess we can merge them all. All right. So, here we have our slider. Okay, we have our slider here. And, well, you might notice that you could measure the you could actually measure the height of the slider by measuring a pixel difference in this between the very bottom and the top. Now, this is actually measured with respect to, you see how like in the slider, there's like this little dash or a little line on the side? Yeah, that is where you measure with respect to. Now, and that value is Z. However, the problem is that we don't usually have the slider at the bottom. So we have to usually actually measure it from measure a little bit of a tiny offset. You can see here that you can actually see the very bottom of the slider here, of this thing here. The very bottom, the white part. And you actually I actually measure just this little difference in the height here. Now that is a very tiny height. It's very hard to see, and I'm sorry if it's, yeah, if it's really small. Or actually, maybe I should have scaled everything up. Let me do that. Let me just actually make everything bigger. Oops. Make everything a lot bigger, so that way it's a lot easier to see. There we go. Now, now I'll just have to redraw everything. Okay, so from this little line here, right here, we can get the line difference here. So this is Z. Then we have from this line to the very bottom of the slider here, we call that Z naught. Now, it also is, I technically have assumed that the top as well also equals the bottom. So this one top here will also be equal to Z naught. And then Z total, well, Z total is essentially just, Z total is essentially just equal to, I think, I'm pretty sure it's this one. Oh gosh. Wait a second. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm forgetting my equations. Hold up. It has been a year. Let me double check that one. I need to watch my, wow, I need to watch my own video. Oh gosh, ads. Go away. Ads. I am so sorry. I forgot in my own thing. Oh gosh. Zooming in and out. Okay, so I'll go ahead and show my screen. So yeah, zooming in and out. I did make a little bit of an animation thing here. Oh, here. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, I was correct. Actually no, I'm not correct. What it is the measurement from the very top here to the very bottom. That's actually a lot easier to measure than that. So it is this thing out here, from here to the top. So that is what Z total is. So all of these measurements, all of these Z's here, everything is in pixels. Everything is measured in pixels. So yeah. And well, if Z is equal to, well, the very top here. If Z is at the very top, then you will actually measure this to be, you will measure, whatever, this value will be 100, or will be a 1 when the slider is at the very top. So I think, okay. What's the purpose of not assuming Z naught to be equal to 0? The reason is because I take the measurement from the little slash. Okay, let me get another screenshot here. So, okay. You can see our little slider here. On the slider, it has a... Oh, an extra knot? Like, or Niam, are you referring to like the 2? Like, why isn't... Oh, or you mean the one on the top? Okay, okay. Just, I'll wait for you to try to. Okay. I'll, you can try to explain. I'll wait for it. I'll wait. I'm referring to my message has an extra not. Sorry, what's the purpose of not assuming z not to be equal to 0? Oh. Okay. Sorry, I'm a little... Okay, I'll just wait. Don't worry. Take your time. Oh, it's a grammar mistake. Sorry. What's the purpose of assuming... Okay, what's the purpose of assuming z naught isn't equal to 0? Is that what you're saying? So why isn't... you're wondering why isn't z naught is equal to 0? Is that your question? What? Okay. Okay. Why is z naught not... Okay, that's a really... Okay, you know what? I'll call it z0. Why is z0 not equal to 0? There, a little bit easier to say now. Z0 is not equal to 0 because when the slider is at its very bottom, well, or it's actually more because here in this picture I have I have at least 3 different screenshots. However, ideally I would like to actually just take a single screenshot, like one screenshot like here, go to, and then let me actually just put this in Paint.si. Take a single screenshot. What is happening? Take a single screenshot, then measure z like this. I'll measure it from this line to the very bottom of this. So this will be our z. However, if you actually look at where, like here in this sliders, the slider at the very bottom is not exactly aligned. Like this line here on the slider is not aligned with the bottom of this bar here. And because of that, we need to account for the that lost distance when it's at the bottom here. So this distance here, because okay, what's it called? Like, why does z0 even matter? It's okay. It's a little awkward to say. It's more of because I kind of defined it in such a way that it measures it from the very bottom of the bar. Of the bar. So you measure it from here, but the slider here, well, if you were to put it to the very bottom, it will not be here. So there's always this little bit of an offset. Yeah, it doesn't align with the bottom of the bar. And technically, if you wanted to, you could define, yeah. I just thought it would be a little bit easier to measure the total height of this bar than just consider an offset and consider those offsets. And yeah, there's one on the top as well, because you can see here, even though it's at its very top, it's not exactly aligned with the top of the bar. So yeah, that's all it is. I want to attend Mr. Sig's Genshin physics class in uni and get an A+. I mean, I don't know everything about physics, obviously. I mean, I'm technically more mechanical and more knowledgeable in terms of my knowledge is more in terms of like mechanical stuff. Okay, just give me a second. I'm gonna drink water. All right. Okay, there we go. I'll go ahead and get rid of that. Get rid of that. And we'll keep all of this. So merge that, merge that. All right, there we go. So hopefully now we have a way we can hopefully now we can see that yeah, that whatever that these are all the equations involved in calculating a length. Now, the reason I'm doing this live stream today is because, well, obviously things like this row 100% and this row 0% depend on pixel measurements. However, Genshin has since then updated its map. Ever since I've oh gosh, my resin is capped. Oh well. Genshin has updated its map quite a bit, and the last time I measured this was about 10 months ago. So yeah, we now have like Not Cry, so I don't know if things have changed. I don't know if they've changed the UI and whatnot. So I think it's best that I actually do a follow-up and make sure that the values are still okay. So let me actually show you on my desktop. Right here, I have all the different measurements in everything. So here we have. So yeah. Now earlier I said that h from this equation here, that is 1.2. I still need to check if that's correct or if it's not. So yeah. Anyway, then when it comes to row 0% and row 100%, yeah, we need to check if these are correct. Since like the other maps haven't been updated, I think it's fair to say that we don't need to check them. It's mainly Teyvat that I want to check. Excuse me, my throat's a little dry today. Give me a second. Okay, so yeah, so I've measured 2.3 more or less for row 100%, and row 0% is about 0.4. So if you wanted to actually know like the meters per pixel, which is just the inverse of this, you can see here that they are actually quite small. So when you're at, so yeah, that's the meters per pixel in Teyvat. But we need to check if these still work. And so what am I going to do? Well, reality, it's actually very simple to check if the value still holds. In fact, all we need to do is to measure a distance. That's all we need to do. We just need to measure a distance and see if the actual distance is what we would expect it to be. Now, that is, okay, it's a little bit easier said than done. So what exactly is my planned methodology? And I'll be honest, I actually didn't really think this through. Let me think. First of all, when I calculated row 100% and row 0%, what I did was I stood at a very tall place, like the little part in, I forgot where the Joyen Karst, something like this. Whatever, my drawings are absolutely amazing. Anyway, so yeah, I was right here on top of like Joyen Karst. And then I essentially just glided until the player stopped gliding. So yeah, you could put some wings on him. So he went gliding, and then eventually he ran out of stamina and started falling. So essentially all I did was measure the horizontal distance from that, which I guess I can just call it D. I just measured that horizontal distance, and from there I was able to calculate row 100% and row 0%. So I guess I could do something similar. Luckily, I do actually have the horizontal gliding speed. So yeah, I have both the vertical and the horizontal. So yeah, anyway. So once we measure that distance, with gliding, what we can do is measure it on the map. So maybe if we call this point A, and then we'll call this point B, and then on the map itself, we'll measure something like, we'll just say that this is point A, and this is point B. Obviously, we can measure this in pixels, and then from there we can get L, well, from there we can do a bunch of calculations, working our way backwards. All right, Neom, see ya. I'm gonna do something else now. Very cool Genshin physics class. Thanks for joining. I hope maybe you can, if ever, you can always watch the VOD, and well, yeah. Yeah, it was nice having you here. It's also very nice to see you again. It's been a little bit. I mean, sure, you had messaged rather recently, but yeah, it's nice to see you and talk to you again. So yeah, bye. Anyway, okay. So yeah. So yeah, we can measure from here. We can measure LP, but of course we also would need to take into account the zoom. And of course, I also want to test if the zoom is correct. So yeah, from here, yeah, it's a lot of stuff to account for, and that is our measure. It's a lot. Don't worry if it sounds really complicated, but yeah. Actually, if I'm thinking about it, the easiest thing I could test right now is whether or not the values for Z0 and Z total still are the same. Because all I need to do is essentially just take a screenshot and then go into a photo editor. So yeah. So right now I actually have this image editor, Photopea. And in here I can, once I take a screenshot, I can actually just once I take the screenshot, I can actually just measure the values. So I'll actually need to take like 3 screenshots, so give me a moment here. So 1 screenshot right now. Put it into Photopea. There's 1. Then I'll take yet another screenshot in game, but with the slider at the very bottom. Oops, I think I messed up on that. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Come on. There we go. You can see we zoomed out. Now I just need to do is fully zoomed in. So zoom in very close. Check. Then go into Photopea. All right. There we go. Lots of stuff. So what I'm going to do now is to lower the opacity of 2 of them. So I'll set them to about 50%. And I'm actually going to, or actually I might want to, I'll do it like this. Oh wait, no, I don't even need a 3rd one. What am I doing? I just need these 2. I'm being stupid. So, okay. Now, let me actually lower the opacity of that just a little bit more. So, oh. So, all we need to do is to measure the distance. Let's see, how did I do this? So, I have a line here. I'm going to make it red, so that way it's easy to see. For its width, I'm going to make it 0. Let me just double check. Stroke. Okay, there we go. So now we have, oh wait, now we can measure, now all we got to do is properly measure distances. So here you can actually just barely see the bottom. So here you can see the bottom of it. Now the purpose of why we have it, so let me actually put this a little high, more, make it a little bit less transparent. So we can see the bottom here, measure it in pixels. Okay, now I need to be able to adjust the ends. Ah, maybe it's with this tool. No? Really? Oh, there we go. Okay, now we can adjust them. So you can see here we have this, and then we can measure it. So there we go. So now we can measure the height. Now you might notice that there's actually 2 pixels here, and that's a little unfortunate. It is just unfortunately how we have to do things. But in the end, I mean, even if I put it like halfway between it, because at the end of the day we can only measure in terms of pixels. It is a little unfortunate, but I do think it's just better to not think about it too much and just measure it from the bottom. So for Z0, it is simply going to be equal to, well, we have, as you can see here, we have 6 pixels. And well, let's go ahead and check our value for it. So where is it? 6 pixels. Okay, so as you can see here, Z0 is no longer 10. What I used to have was 10. So that's a little unfortunate. But let's go ahead. I'll just go ahead and make a new Google sheet. Let me show you my desktop so that you can actually see what I'm doing. So I'm going to do updated values. Okay, map measurement verification. So first of all, we have that Z total, or Z0 is no longer equal to 10. It's now equal to 6. So that's new. I didn't feel like the UI for the slider did get smaller. In fact, I actually should still have some old screenshots. I just realized I'm actually showing ads. Oh, I am so sorry. I'll hide those ads for you guys, because nobody likes ads. Alright, so I'm just gonna pull up some old screenshots from a while ago, and hopefully we can compare and see if it really is smaller than what I remember it. So map distances, method verification, zoom factor. Oh gosh, there's a lot of stuff here. Oops. So this is one of my older measurement stuff. So let me just take a selection here and measure it. So I'll just, oops. Copy that, paste it, and we can see directly how much larger it is. Yeah, it has changed. Holy crap, that is, wow. It used to be larger. Wow. Okay. I don't know why they made it smaller, but okay, sure, you could do that, I guess. Thanks, Hoyo. So yeah, it's now only 6 pixels for Z0. Now the next thing we need to do is measure Z total. And I guess for fun, we can also just double check this top one as well. So let me lower the opacity of this a little bit. So now I can measure it from here. It should be more or less the same. It's probably going to be off like by like 1, but again, you shouldn't really think too much about it. Or actually, wait, no, I think that's 6. So if we go to here, we have distances. It's 6. Okay, that's good. So now we're done with that. All we need to do now is to measure the total height of this. So I'm going to move that here, and then whoops, not like that. I'm going to go to, what is this? Pen. Go to, not pen. What is this one? Direct select, A. I'm going to go down. Let me zoom out here so that way you can actually see. Then zoom in, and all we got to do is to measure the vertical component of this. We don't need to care about the horizontal component because that's irrelevant to this. So as you can see, it's 156 pixels tall. Yeah, okay, so now our Z total is 156. So those two are very much, it is very much, you can definitely see that the old values, and then we have their new values. Let me just put that here. Z total, or Z naught, is in pixels, and this one is also in pixels. Our old values, however, used to be 10 and 194. So yeah, there is definitely a change in the slider. Now, here is our next problem. We now need to check if our zoom factor equation, or at least, because, you know, this was from 10 months ago. So does this still hold? What I initially did when doing this equation for the zoom factor was that Z prime is in terms of a percentage height. So hopefully this curve has remained exactly the same. Otherwise, we're going to have to do a lot of experiment. Now, yeah, okay, as you can see, all right, yeah, this is a lot of stuff I would have to do here. But, oops, I didn't want to start that. Let me change this to yeah, I'll just do it. I'll just call it that. So here we are. There is with that. Now the next thing we need to do is I'm just gonna just copy this data here. So what is this? Okay, so I'm gonna copy those values and then just paste them directly here. So we have row for Teyvat in row, this is row 100%, and this one is row 0%. And this is our old data, so that's one thing to keep in mind, and I'll actually, I'll do it like this. Again, this is old, and hopefully things will still work out. So I'll also put the value of h here, so that's currently at 1.2. And if this is still working, we should be able to measure a distance completely fine. A distance completely fine. And well, yeah. Let's put that there. All right, so now let's actually get into some real measurements. This one is was just a quick thing. Oops, I didn't show what was on my desktop. Here. Okay, this is what I was doing on my. Here is the spreadsheet. We have all these different measurements and whatnot. So these are the old measurements from about 10 months ago, and right now our Z naught and Z total are different. Hopefully we don't need to do much. So first of all, let's do our first test. So let me head back into the game. And here we are. So what exactly am I going to do? Well, what I want to do is I'm just going to go to a very high place. Could be anywhere, it doesn't matter where it is. The point is that it has to be a very tall place. And the place that I am thinking about is, do I want to go here or do I want to go to the top here? I guess I'll go here. Or actually maybe, I think it would be, I don't know if Not Cry has like a lot of tall places. The one tall place I can think of is like the place here, and yeah. But, do I want to go up there? Do I want to go there is the question. There's also some places here. Love Fontaine. Oh, why not? We'll do it here. Or which one is taller? Is. Okay, I think this one is taller, so we'll just have to do a bit of climbing, and I'll switch out my my party for that. So let me just change some things here. Bring Mavuika, Shilonen. Where'd she go? There she is. You know what?
Reporting for battle.
I'll just put these two. All right, Shilonen, let's go up. Whoops, that is a very awkward. Nope, I can't climb there. All right, forgive me for that. I'm in the game, right? Yep, I am. Okay. Climb up. And all we gotta do is glide. Alright, Shilonen, come on. Oh, come on now.
Bring it.
Okay, let's go up. It's a long way. Quite a long way up, but we can definitely make it. Yeah, I think I can make it. I think I can make it. There we go. Okay. This seems like a pretty tall place, so I'll just do my thing here. So we just need to get to the top, then we can start gliding to do our test. So we're at the top. All right. Now I'll just go ahead and switch back to my other party here, because this was just for climbing. And my... Okay. Seriously, game. Just give me a moment. Okay. Next, bring out our other team. I just want to pull out this team. So, okay, as I'm going to mention, as I said, what I'll do is I'm just going to glide in a straight line and then measure that horizontal distance. We'll calculate the distance, and then we'll measure the distance in the map. So, we just need to make sure everything's all right. So, let me just see how this is going to work. So, I'm going to do like that. Now, I don't need it to be an extremely long line, so I'm not like using any stamina buffs or anything. I just need to get a measurement and see if it's correct. So yeah, I'll actually start a recording here in OBS, so that way we can have it, you know, check the footage afterwards. Okay, just making sure everything's recording. All right, so all we're gonna do is just fly in a straight line until we run out of stamina, and then when we run out of stamina, we'll open the map. So here we go. There we go. Wait a second. Wait a second. I am stupid. I am forgetting something. Before we actually fly off the map, I actually need to make sure that, I actually need to, look at the position where I am on the map. And what I'm going to do is I'll probably try to fly in a straight line. It's probably not going to happen, but I'll probably try and fly in a straight line. It'll be really funny if I hit the tower before. But, okay. So, more or less going to probably stand where I will probably open the wind glider. So, here. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to zoom out. Probably, it would be, or actually, I think. Okay, yeah, let's do this. And what I'm now gonna do is take a screenshot. Now, how do I take a screenshot again? Holy crap, how have I forgotten how to take a screenshot? I forgot how to take a screen. I somehow forgot how to shortcut. How did I forget it? Windows key Shift S. Ah, okay, I'm stupid. I don't know how I forgot. I guess it's just been muscle memory for so long that I somehow unconsciously forgot it. Okay, well, we'll take a screenshot right here. Next, what I'm going to do is I'll go into Photopea. Now, we don't need this anymore, so yeah, we can get rid of that. We'll get rid of this as well. And then we'll paste here. So this is our first image, and I'm just gonna hide the distances for now. So this is our first image. Let me actually show it to you in Photopea. That would be a nice idea. So here is our image in Photopea, and you can see where the player is initially positioned. And then once again, now we can start gliding and then do some measurements from there. So let me head back to Genshin here. And well, yeah, I'll get a little bit of a running start and I'll make sure I'm recording. All right, we'll start our sample. So, wait, hold on. I think I was much further forward when I opened my wind glider, so let me try to actually do it like this. Nope, that did not work. Because I need to actually make sure my position is relatively roughly where I was standing. So let me try to do this. I'm sorry if this is really stupid, but just bear with me. Really? I couldn't open my glider? Okay, you know what? Fine. We'll have to take another screenshot. Okay. Or actually, let's see where the first place I'll open my glider is. Roughly here. So I'll stand at the very ledge here. Okay, Escoffier. Sure, you can do that as well. We'll just do it here. So now we're going to take... Oh, wait. Let me change the direction. Please, Escoffier, just stand in the direction. Why are you falling off the ledge? That is not what you want to do. This is so dumb. I just need to... Please, Escoffier, just... You know what? That's good enough. Okay. Now we can take a screenshot. Let's make sure we give ourselves enough space, because I don't want to accidentally have... Yeah, we're gonna go like this. I think that's a good enough... Or let's do it a little bit less. Like right there. Take a screenshot, like this. Go into Photopea. Here we are in Photopea. I'll paste here, and this time I'll delete that. And yeah, this should be the more updated position. Now we can start our silly... I'm so sorry. This must be so stupid. This looks so stupid, doesn't it? Well, oh well. All right. So, just get a little bit of a running start. So I'll roughly align myself with where I was. Hopefully, yeah, that's more or less. So I'll head back to Genshin so that we can actually see it, and we'll start recording. Attempt number 20. Okay. There we go. Now all we gotta do is... I swear, if I hit that thing, if I hit this thing, please do not do it. I'm gonna hit it. I'm gonna land on top of it, aren't I? I'm gonna land on it. Are you kidding me? I'm just gonna face plant onto that. I should have brought a portable teleporter. This is not what I was expecting, okay? Let me check that distance. That is not a far distance. I would prefer to have one that was a little bit larger. You know what? Here's what I'll do. I'll measure it from here or something. Or let's measure it because I don't want to climb that again. So I'll just measure it from, like, maybe this thing. And then we'll go in... I guess we gotta go in this direction. Or, yeah, we could still make it straight so that way, you know, it doesn't... Oh, okay, so we once again have to go to the ledge here. Don't walk off the ledge, Escoffier, please. That's more or less the ledge. Yeah, we'll go straight. So, unfortunately, I did not pick an ideal direction, otherwise, and I ended up crashing onto a thing here. So now I have to redo everything again. Oh, I am so sorry. Let me go back to the game. Go to map, change the scale here, and I'll put myself like more or less there. Now, obviously, when I go to open the map again, I should not change the scale. That should be pretty obvious. Otherwise, we'll have problems. So let's do this again. Go to Photopea, show you that I took the screenshot, and as you could, that is the wrong image. This is the image I needed to delete. There it is. So then I'm just gonna try and go in a straight line and then see where I fall. All right. Now let's go back to Genshin and attempt number. I don't know how many attempts this has been. Sure. Okay. All right. Attempt number. I don't know how many at this point. Probably 4 or 5. Let's actually do it this time. All right. There we go. Now we just wait. I swear. Oh, please don't tell me I'm gonna hit something here or there. I just want to be able to glide, man. Let me glide. I'm not gonna move the screen at all. Just. I'm gonna hit this pillar, aren't I? I'm gonna hit the pillar. Yeah, I'm gonna... Are you kidding me? I just want to be able to glide for as long as I possibly can. Well, not necessarily as long as I possibly can. Please tell me I'm just gonna barely miss it. Please. It'll be amazing if I do. I barely missed. Okay, that's amazing. I actually love it. And then once I hit the water, or when my wind glider just disappears. Whoops. Okay. That's a pretty fair amount distance, so let me just take a screenshot right now. All right. So we now have our 2 distances. Now what I need to do is to measure the actual... is to actually measure the distance on the map. So let me go ahead and do that. Let me just do that. And then we'll verify it so that way I'm not like trying to... Yeah. So first of all, I want to change the canvas size here. Just adjust it just a little bit. So let's just make this one like this, and we'll make this what value will I put? 250. Well, I'll just do that and say okay. There we go. Now we need to align these maps because I doubt that they are exactly the same. So yeah, as you can see, they're not aligned at all. So what we need to do is to align the maps. So what I'm going to do is take the top map and put it at a lower opacity. So you can see here, it's at a lower opacity. Then I need to move one of them until they are aligned. I am going to move the bottom one. I said I'm going to move the bottom one. So I'll lock the top one. And we just need to align these icons here. So as you can see, we can take these icons and use them as a reference. So as you can see here, it seems like there are 2 positions that are relatively aligned. So let me just... Okay, it's aligned good enough. So yeah, now we can see that we have 2 positions. So we have this, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do that so that way you can see more easily. There we go. Next, we're going to draw a line from the center of this player and all the way to you. So we have a very thin line here. Let's put it roughly where the player's initial position is. Then we need to adjust this one as well. Put it right where the player position is. So, and now what we gotta do is, what we now have to do is to get the distance. So we can go here and then click on distances. And we now have the pixels. So it's 244 by 253. So let's now head over to my spreadsheet here. So let me do that. Well, we'll call it LPX and we got LPY. Again, these are measurements in terms of pixels, and we need to use Pythagorean theorem to do that. So 244 and 253. Let me just double check if those are the correct values. For the P, yep, 244, 253. Then just use simple Pythagorean theorem. So this squared plus this number squared. So that is our distance in pixels. However, we actually need to do more than just that, because we have LP, but now we need to calculate rho. So let me bring this over here. I said, let's bring this over here. Calculate rho. And then we also need to calculate our ZF, or Z prime as well. And once we have those, we'll be able to calculate everything. So let me just move this over to the side so that way it's not in the way. And then we'll be able to calculate our L in meters. And then once we have our distance L in meters, we can compare it with a distance measurement in terms of gliding speed. So first of all, this rho is its equation is rho 100% minus rho 0%, and then we multiply that by ZF, and we add that to rho 0%. So right now it's 0, so as you expected, it should just literally be equal to rho 0%. In fact, if I actually set it to 1, it will be equal to the very top one. So that good to know our equations are working. So now for ZF, this is going to be equal to our Z prime, multiplied by our constant H minus, minus 1. Then we divide that by H prime minus, minus Z prime, like this. Yes. And yeah, now for Z prime, what we need to do is we also need to indicate our Z in pixels here. Let me also move everything around so that way it's not. So our equation for Z prime, that is equal to Z minus Z naught, which we're going to take the new value because, well, I hope that's pretty self-explanatory. Then we get Z total and minus it by 2 times Z naught. Right now it's negative, but that's because the minimum value it should have is 6. So yeah, there we go. So now all we got to do is to measure the distance. And to be extra careful, I will measure on both scales. So as you can see here, we have 2 different scales right now at the moment. So let me set this to 100%, so that way it's a little clearer. It's a little bit of an offset. That's a little unfortunate. Let's see. I'm not sure if there's really much I can do about this offset. Let me hide this line here. So if I move it like this, is that correct? Now let me check. So you can see this is a little bit of something that's a little awkward when it comes to aligning maps. Okay, it's much more, I think it's much more nicely aligned in this one, but let's double check everything. So yeah, this is a little unfortunate that we can't get an exact match of the maps. It's slightly, everything is a little bit off. So let me, am I selecting both? So let's now look at this one. So if we take a look at our thing here, there's still a little bit of an offset, but again, there's also still a little bit of an offset here. Ooh, yeah, there's not much I can do about this. There's just going to be some offset, unfortunately. So if I move it like here, it's less aligned. So if I move it up more, it's also less aligned. Yeah, there's unfortunately some offset that I can't get rid of. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. So now I need to remeasure the this one here. So let me just check. Okay, that one's all right position. This one though, I think that actually is fine. Yeah, that one is fine. So yeah, okay. So I guess that actually is just a distance. All right. Anyway, now that we got that, we can now double check, measure our Z values here. So first of all, we're going to make a line here, measure it from the very bottom, scroll up, and we'll do it to the bottom here. So yeah, this more bottom one. So that Z, that will be our Z. We can measure our distance. That is 99 pixels tall. So now let's head back to our spreadsheet here. So Z is measuring to be 99 pixels tall. And okay, let's double check this. So right now this is saying that the slider is about 64.5% of the way, or about 65% of the way from the bottom. So let's double check that. Go to Genshin. Or actually, we don't need to go to Genshin. We can just go to Photopea. Does that roughly look like 67 or 65% of the way? I think it does. It's not exactly halfway. It's a little bit above it. So yeah. And it looks a little bit between 3/4 to me. I think 3/4 is a little. So yeah, I think that is about 75 or 65% of the way there. I think, yeah, so good job on that one. Now, the problem is that we technically have two scales, so we need to check it on both. So let's hide this one and double check to make sure that this is the same. So actually, I can just click and drag and see if this is still, oops, not that one. Click, not that one, this one. Let's measure from the bottom. And yep, they are the same. So good to know that we have not changed our scale. So good. So from there, we now have a measurement in pixels per meter, which is giving us this. Now, I don't know if this is going to be accurate yet, but we'll find out soon. So we'll take our LP and divide it by our rho. So this is right now predicting that the distance is 415 meters. So now how do we actually check this? So this one is from map measurement. And then the other one is wind gliding speed. Now, what exactly is the wind gliding speed? I'll have to look it up again. I know I have it somewhere, so just give me a moment. I'll just go to Genshin for the time being. By the way, if you are enjoying the stream, be sure to leave a like. Okay, sorry, I need to find my spreadsheet with all the measured values of the player movement. So, where is it? Measuring, I think it was here. Player speed date. Yep, there it is. Okay, let me go back to my desktop. Here's the player speed data. I've measured this myself in one of my other videos. You can watch that one if you want. I guess if you want, I could show it. It's, I measured it in this video, how to measure distances in Genshin Impact, and this one, more accurate speed measurements. You can see how I measured those if you want to see it. So, for the gliding speed, this is the falling speed, and this is the horizontal speed. It's about 6, so yeah, that's pretty cool. So 6 meters per second is the horizontal gliding speed. So, yeah, let's go ahead and go back to this one and vglide subscript x. Vglide, wow, that is, yeah, let's do that. And it was like 6, I think, 6 meters per second. 6 meters per second, okay. 6 meters per second, and now we need to measure the time. The time, well, we'll measure it in frames, which I'll label as F, and well, I know my FPS, which is 60, so we can actually measure that in seconds, and then we'll be able to measure our distance very easily. So I'll call this L prime for the actual distance. So how are we going to measure that? Well, and first I need to open DaVinci Resolve, so give me a moment. So yeah, I need to open DaVinci Resolve for this one, so give me a moment. All right, DaVinci Resolve is now open, so I'll go bring it over here. So here we are in DaVinci Resolve. Now all I need to do is to get my video clip from earlier. Change, okay. Video clip from earlier, then we'll just import, oops, what just happened? Okay, there we go. That's what I would like to see it. There we go. So here we are. Yeah, as you can see, this is our little glide clip. So all I need to do is just to measure how long I was gliding for. So I'll get rid of the audio because it's not really important. So now I just need to see which frame the player starts gliding. So I'm going to zoom in here so that we can see. Oops. Let's get rid of some of that. And we'll go frame by frame. And at the moment the wind glider... Okay, here. You can see here that the animation changes instantly. So from here, we're going to make a cut and we'll delete everything before. So that is the start of the animation for gliding. So right there. Next, what we're going to do is wait until I fall into the... or until the... I did make a little bit of a mistake here because I stopped pressing W. So I need to look for an animation change or something. So, need to pay close attention. Oh, okay. So again, we have to go frame by frame, measure. It's a little hard to tell, but yeah, I made a little bit of a mistake by because I let go of the W key somewhere. So let me. Oh. This is a little hard to tell. I can't exactly tell where I let go of W. Okay, I think I'm going to consider here because I'm also looking at the line here. You can see, if you notice that it's roughly straight when you're just gliding directly downward, but when you let go, you can notice that there's a little bit of a curve to that line. So I'm going to look for when the line is roughly straight. Roughly. Doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, yeah. I think I'll consider roughly here. So, because it looks roughly straight, so I'll go ahead and cut that out. You're free to disagree with me if you want. And that's about 4,140 frames. So let's copy that. Head back to my spreadsheet here. And we have 4,140 frames. Now, because I have 60 frames per second, I just need to divide that by 60. Okay, sure game, sure. 69 seconds. Okay, anyway, and our L prime, or we can actually call this L actual, that is going to be equal to this times that. And as you can actually see, this is pretty close. It's pretty close to what it actually should be. 100, it's off by a single meter, which I guess why not? We can also go ahead and calculate the percent error, because that's also important to know. Percent error. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the theoretical and divide it by the actual. And then we'll change this to a percentage, and the error is about 0.3%. So as you can see, this is still a pretty accurate measurement. Now this is just one measurement. I do think it's better if I do multiple calculations here, because this is just a single measurement. So I think I'm feeling a little confident when I say that, I'm feeling a little confident in saying that it's safe to say that the values are likely correct. But this is a single measurement. This is one sample. So what we need to do is I'm going to do the same exact thing, but from a different location, different place, and then remeasure it, a different scale, whatnot. Because who knows? This could have just been a fluke. So yeah. Anyway, what I'll do is I'll try to make this a little bit cleaner, because right now everything's kind of all over the place. So here we'll put it, rearrange it, everything like this. So we'll have our map measurement be like this. We'll take our map measurements to be horizontal instead of vertical. And then we can put our Z in pixels here. And then everything. So yeah, this is just to help with calculating stuff. So here we have TF. Let me go ahead and put this up top as well, so that way it's not in the way. Probably should also yep, go like that, got that. Okay, here we go. Put that there. Put that there. And at last we have our... Okay, everything's rearranged now, so hopefully now it'll be a little bit easier to get a second sample here. And I would also just going to... Sorry about this, I just want to make this a little bit cleaner because my eyes need some alternating colors here. All right, there we go, alternating colors. So now it's a little bit easier to read. Hopefully. And I'm also going to, you know what, never mind. I'll leave the formatting to that. I must put some formatting, I'm sorry. Some formatting, okay? Some. Then put that sides. Okay. Next. All right, next. Okay, we're done. We're done. We're done. No more formatting. Just okay, just one last bit of formatting. There we go. Now we're done. Okay. Next up, we're going to go to a new location in Genshin and do it all over again. So, we're anybody, okay, anybody in chat, if you want, you can recommend a place. I can go ahead and go there and measure it. So, where can I go? Where can I think it would be nice to go to Not Cry and measure a height there. Would be nice. Yeah, I guess we can do that. But of course we have to go somewhere very high up. So that is a lot higher than I thought it was. Holy crap. I actually don't know how to get up there because I haven't done much exploration. Let me get out my camera here. Yeah, I don't actually know how to get up there. So, you know what? I'll just go to a different location. You could always go to Natlan. The Ochka Natlan has a lot of tall places. Okay, the other teleporter's higher up, so I'll go to that one. Okay, yeah, this is pretty high up. So, I could fly in this direction, yeah. I could also fly in that direction. It doesn't really exactly matter. I also need to check what height will I open the wind glider. Okay, roughly. So if, wow, that's not Cry. That's cool. So if I run here and then do it, jump. So this is more or less roughly where I will open the wind glider. Let me also just double check. So I think this is a sufficient distance to, yeah. So what scale will I use? I will zoom out more. I'll go closer, zoom further out, like maybe like this. Now I'm trying to keep the teleporters in view so that way I have more references for aligning things. So, okay, yeah, I think that's good enough. Here we go, and I should probably save this. Okay, let me go to Photopea and save this thing because I don't want to lose it. Okay, saving. Okay, saved. Now, let me put this into a folder so that way it's more organized. And we'll call this sample 1. Now, I don't think I'm going to do any more than 2 samples because there are other things I will need to do. And it's been about 2 hours, so yeah. Let me now paste. And here we are. Okay, this is our second sample. Let me hide the first one. So there we go. Our second sample. And let's... Did I change the scale? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna take another screenshot. It'd be really funny if it was the same exact... Okay, it's the same exact one. I'll just use the new one because it's a new screenshot. Alright. Next. Okay, we're going to walk backwards. Escoffier, can you finish your idle animation so that way I can properly determine your forward direction? Okay, there we go. This is more or less where she was, so now we're gonna turn her around. Try to align with straight. And, well, yeah, I'll go ahead and go back to the game and start recording.
I like to swap out the background music in the kitchen once in a while.
Start recording.
It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Okay. Okay, align. Sorry, if this is taking a bit, this is actually really important. Otherwise, the accuracy of the experiment, the accuracy and goodness or whatever, the accuracy of the information or the data we collect. Escoffier, please. Okay, we're walking. Switch to running. I'm recording, so let's go. Are you serious? I don't even know if that affects anything. I don't think it does. That might be really awkward. I don't know if that affects your speed or not. Well, if anything, I definitely know I'll be able to get a little bit of a farther distance. I'll check and see, to do a little bit of, I guess you can cross-check it with the older measure, with the first sample I did, because we already know that the length of, oh wait, it's at a different scale, never mind. I can't actually, I don't know if this sample is, I don't know if this sample just got compromised because of the gust of wind. It's just, at this point, it's just the sunk cost fallacy. I'm already almost done with this sample, so as you can see, I'm running out of stamina, and that's to be expected because, well, that's the whole point of the methodology. I had to run out of stamina, and at the moment my stamina drops to 0, we open the map. There we go. Don't change the scale, take a screenshot, like so. Now we'll head to Photopea, paste it right here, and there we go. Now, I'm gonna, stop recording here. Now, Photopea, what we gotta do is to align the maps. Actually, let's first check this one. If this is correctly, yep, okay, so you can see here, the slider is at the same exact position, so that one is good. We only need to worry about measuring 1. Now, the next thing we need to do is to align the maps. So as you can see here, they are clearly not aligned, so we just need to make sure that they are aligned. So here, I'm gonna use the teleporter as reference. You can see that one is when it's least blurry, so I think that should be good. And I'm now going to set this to 100%. And we'll just... Now, unfortunately, there does seem to be a little bit of an offset, but I think that is good enough. I don't think I can, because I do know that there will always be, inevitably be offsets. I cannot, that you cannot get rid of. So let me try and see. If I move this to the right and then I hide it and unhide it. Okay, that's worse. So let me put it back. Yeah, there's nothing much I can do about it. That's just how it's going to look. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. So next thing I'm going to do is I'm just gonna get rid of that. Change this to 100. And now we can start measuring everything. My mouse scroll wheel is really squeaky, by the way. I am so sorry. Then we're gonna take a line and measure the distance in pixels. If I can zoom out. I said zoom out, go here, and we'll put that there. Next, we need to adjust the positions here. So roughly at the top, like right there. Okay, that's more or less where the player is. And we'll do the same here, same position, like that. And now we can measure the horizontal distance traveled. So 210, 251, 210, 251. Next, go back to desktop, 210, 251. All right. Let me just do something here. Never mind. Let's not do it. I'll just do that. Now, right now, our Z prime is... Oh gosh, that is not correct. What I need to do is to actually lock this in place. Lock this in place. Lock that in place. There we go. Then next, I need to lock that in place. Lock. Don't need to lock that one. And lock that one. Yeah, that one's good. So, of course, now we need to measure Z, which is in pixels. So, we'll go back to Photopea. Make a line. And then put this at the bottom. So, put this towards the bottom of the slider, middle. There we go. Now we just need to measure our height. It's about it's 50 pixels tall. So let's go back to our desktop here. So 50 pixels tall, and there we go. We predict it should be about 623 pixels based on map measurement. Now, we now need to double cross check that with our wind gliding speed. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll head over to DaVinci Resolve. Let's get our new clip here. Cross check, time to do a bit of cross checking. And all we need is the length here, so I'll go ahead and get rid of the audio because it's not necessary. Then, you can see here we took some time, and we need to get the moment that Escoffier begins to glide. So let's zoom in a bit here as well. And wait for her to start actually to glide. So go frame by frame. Wait, oh, okay. On this frame she starts, so we'll make a cut. And then I do actually want to take a look at the moments where the stamina gets refilled, because I don't know if that changes speed. Yeah. I can't tell if this sample has been compromised because of this wind gust thing. I don't actually know. To me, it looks as if the speed is still the same, but it's a little difficult. This, I don't know. What do you guys think? This is a little awkward because it's like I can't really see too much. This is the only reference I have, and it's only like for a brief moment, like, and I can't tell. Or I think a good, maybe, actually, wait, I might need to take another measurement, so I'll just calculate it and see what happens. So now we have to wait for when she starts to fall, so she's already falling. Oops, I lost it. Okay, here we go. Just play it, wait for her to fall. Go frame by frame. Wait for the wind gliders to disappear immediately. Wind glider should disappear. Oh, okay. Animation changed, so we can take a cut here because we already know she's gonna fall. Yep. So now we need to get the duration 6104. So copy that. Then we'll go to our desktop here, and that is 6104. Oops, hold on a second. We need to lock this one in place. And it's a little bit off. This one is a bit off, but okay, I'm not sure. This one might be compromised because of those extra wind gusts. It's a little awkward for me to say. The error is still not too bad, but it's like it went from 0.3 to 2. So that's actually I think that's a little, I'm not too happy about that with a 2% error. That's a little high for what I would like. So I'm not sure if there's something new with this. I don't know if this H parameter or whatever is like different. Okay, no, now it's just messed up. Well, who knows? Maybe there is just a little bit. It could just be that there's just a little bit of error. You know what? I'll do a third sample, so because I do think that it's worth. But I'll just give myself a note here that might be compro due to wind. Oh gosh, I am so sorry, Escoffier. I am so sorry. Okay, I am smart. Okay, let's give her something nice to eat so that way she doesn't get too mad at us. What's a lovely dish that she would love to eat? You want delicious volcano cake? It looks delicious. Shrimp golden balls. We'll give her some golden shrimp balls. And to heal her back up, you want some pizza? Let's see. You want a pita pocket from Calais? There we go.
Where do we...
Sorry about that, Escoffier. Hopefully you could forgive me. Now we need a third and one last measurement. So I think a good place to go is the J chamber. So yeah, I think that this will be a nice place to do a measurement because it's like it's far out over the sea. There's not like much to go around. So again, we just gotta, please, Escoffier, do not fly off the ledge just yet. So yeah, we'll align ourselves with this thing so that way it's easier for me to. So let me just take a quick measurement. Oh gosh. Calm down, Escoffier. We're just... calm down. So I think that will be our basis. So now, So let me try to go really close here to the top. It's not going to be exactly at the top, but I'll put it right there. And keep in mind, I just want to point out that the error measurement here is a little bit higher because we are not using the 100% or row 0% here. So that is something to keep in mind. So I'm going to make a new sample here. Sample 3. Paste it there. And as you can see, we're at the very corner. We might need to expand our canvas, but that might not be too much of a problem. All right. Now we just need to go back. All right, wait for our full stamina, and we'll try to do this again. Do the same thing as before. Start recording. Go to Genshin. And well, yeah. I think that should be it. Yeah. So we'll just go straight until our stamina runs out. Or until we hit the water or something, but I doubt that's going to happen. Okay. Almost there. It would be really funny if I hit the cliffside before my stamina runs out. It would be really funny if that happens. There's no way, right? There's no way. Okay, my M key. Okay, there we go. Did I change the zoom? Oh my gosh, I changed the zoom. This sample has been invalidated. Actually, wait, no, I think I could still salvage this. What I'll have to do is I'll recreate it, but I'll have to just teleport back to the Jade Chamber. That's what I'll do. And I'll also just put a pin where I roughly... no, not yet. So I'll make a very close zoom. Like this. Yeah, it's not too far from the Jade Chamber, so we can actually do it like this. Have to get rid of that sample. That's unfortunate. There we go. It's not too far, actually. Then I'll just put a pin roughly where I am, and then we'll just navigate to it, and then I'll teleport. Because unfortunately, my sample data got compromised because I am being an idiot. So, we just need to, what we gotta do is just roughly align with where I was. So I just kind of ran off here, so let me try to do this again. That is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to open my wind glider and see where it starts, and roughly open the map at the time my wind glider opens, so yeah. What is okay, Escoffier, open your wind glider. That's all you need to do, Escoffier. Escoffier. All you gotta do is open your wind glider. That's it. Okay. Prep talk over. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. I changed the scale again. I am such an idiot. I have to do the experiment over again. I'm so stupid. Oh, God. I am such an idiot. I ruined the sample Twice. I had a chance to fix it, and now I broke it because I changed the map scale. Okay, now let's just do this again. Do I want to do this somewhere else? Somewhere more, less towards... I know it. We already know that. Let's try it again. This time, do not change the map scale. Dear gosh, I'm an idiot. I am very much an idiot sandwich. Thank you very much, Escoffier. And you don't need to remind me. So let's take our screenshot. Go to Photopea. Delete this because this is now outdated. Put our sample. Okay, there it is. Now, we'll head back to Genshin. Go back. Make sure not to scroll wheel when I open the map. Okay. Now, we can start recording and start gliding. Okay, let's do our gliding. As soon as I align myself properly here. Okay. Am I straight? More or less aligned with the thing, more or less straight with the thing. So, yeah, we can. I'm checking I'm recording. Right? Okay, let's go. There we go. Sample. So, how's everybody's day been? So, just doing measurements and whatnot. If you're enjoying the stream, again, be sure to leave a like. Not really much I can do here because I just have to wait until her stamina runs out. And then, of course, we'll be able to do our thing of measuring the distance and whatnot. Just have to wait for her stamina to run out. How long have I been streaming, by the way? About 2 hours, wow. More than 2 hours, I think. But, if anything... Yeah, it's been... Oh, wow, it has been, like, about more than 2 hours. I still do want to make sure that my measurements are the values I have are accurate. But I do feel like I will need to go soon. So this or the next one will be the last sample I do for checking things. So wait for it to stop gliding and then we'll open the map. There we go. Map opened. A little bit off from where it was, but it's okay. Don't change the scale. Keep it at the same scale. We're just gonna now put the Jade Chamber in view. We do not change our zoom, and we can check and verify that once I take my screenshot. Alright, go to Photopea. Put it in. Now, what I'm gonna do is take a look at our zoom scale here, check if it moved. Okay, it didn't move. So, we're good, okay? Dear gosh, okay. Now we gotta do is align the maps, so put this at 50% and align the maps. So here we go. Wait, that's not the right teleporter. What is moving? Which ones are moving? Okay, this one, we have to align it like that. So put it here, close. Everywhere else is blurry, so that one is most likely the middle. So let's now double check. That looks like a pretty good, it seems to match pretty well, so I think that's, yeah, I think that's a pretty good fit. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to just do something here, not too much. Do here, so that way it's visible when I put this at 100%. And as you can see, yeah, it fits very nicely. Yeah, the match is pretty much perfect. So now all we gotta do, measure our distance between our 2 points here. We'll get this more accurate. We just need to zoom in. Okay, put this directly at roughly where the player is located. I think I'll put it right there. Or let's move this just a little bit because I know that pixel. Yeah, I think that's a fair. I'm so sorry that my mouse scroll wheel is squeaky. I don't know I don't know if it's getting picked up on my microphone or not. Yeah, so now we have to align this one. Should put that on top so that way you can actually see. There we go. I think that's pretty much where it is. And now we just got to measure the distance. Distance measured, 426, 603. 426, 603. Go to our desktop. Go here, 426. 426. Let me check photopea again. 6. What was it? What is that? 603. 603. Okay. 603. We calculate it with Pythagorean theorem. So about 700. Okay. That's interesting. But right, we have to actually measure our z here. So let's go back to photopea. Now, since we know that these scales are exactly the same, we only need to measure one of them. So we'll go from the very bottom here and go all the way up to this one. I think that's the one. Difference in the horizontal doesn't matter. We just need to know the height. So oh my gosh. I just wanted to get it aligned horizontally because my brain just wants to see it aligned. Okay, so we're aligned with this bottom pixel here, with this bottom part. So next we measure it. So the distance is 135 pixels. Okay, let's go back to our desktop here. 135 pixels tall. And this will give us a z prime of about 90%. So let's check the... Let's check. Does that look about 90% of the way to the top? I think that more or less does. Obviously greater than 50%. 75% maybe is around here. And this is obviously like around here is about 100%. I think, yeah, that's a pretty close to 90%. So 90% there. So let's now go back to here. We'll calculate our zoom factor, which happens to be like 50. Okay, sure. I don't know what that means, but it's just a number. Double check our formulas because we have to make sure everything's all right. And this predicts about 479 meters. Now, next what we got to do is to stop recording. I just realized I was still recording there. Then we'll go to DaVinci Resolve to measure the distance traveled by wind gliding. Okay, here we go. Import it into DaVinci Resolve. Hopefully you guys can see. Yep, you can. All right, and we'll once again measure our distance. So we just go to the part where Escoffier starts gliding. When is she gonna start gliding? Right about there. Okay, right there, she's gliding. So we're gonna... Actually, let me double check that. So frame before, no gliding. Frame after is gliding. So we'll start it right there. Next, we'll jump forward a bit. I have a lot of fluff that I didn't mean to record, so that's a little unfortunate. Now we're gonna wait until she runs out of stamina and see when her animation changes. Oh, there it is. So you can see here, the thing immediately changes. So we know that she is now falling. So we'll make a cut there. So there we go. And now we just get the length. It's about 4,799 frames. So let's now head back to our desktop, put that right there, and calculate our distance. Wow. That is very, very, very accurate. Again, a little bit, it's, wow. Okay, cool. So we have one that has an error of about 2%, but the other two measurements are very well done. Now, I'm noticing though that if I look at the zoom factor for this one's at a much scaled out further. So I want to do one last measurement. I guess I'll do one last measurement with it zoomed out further. So as you can see here, the Z prime is about 30%, but the error here is about 0.2. And again, this one might have been compromised because there was like a gust wind that just randomly came out. In fact, I can go ahead and show it to you guys. I don't know if you can I can see it here. So towards the start here in this you can see that there's this gust of wind. I don't know if that changes the player's speed, gliding speed. It actually happens twice, so yeah. I'll do one more sample, but with the map zoomed out more. So let's go back to the game. And okay, so where do I want to do this? Could be anywhere, I'll be honest. Where do I want to do my sample? Now, hopefully I don't think there are gusts of wind. I could go to Tenchukaku. Yeah, let's go to Tenchukaku. We'll climb up and then glide from Tenchukaku to somewhere. All right. Let me get out my gliding, my people for climbing. Oh hey, I have a team here. We'll climb up and we'll be able to perform our experiment again. We'll just do it maybe one last time, or I don't know if I'll do a fifth one. We have 3 samples at the moment. 2 of them are more accurate than one of them. Well, granted, the error in the one that has the most error is 2%. So it's still pretty good. It's just that one sample seems to be a bit off. So let's just find a way to get up here. Let's do this. Because I remember how to climb this very well, because I remember I climbed Tenchukaku just for like a video, or for me pulling. It's a little cramped here. Go up. And yeah, just climb up. By the way, again, as always, if you're enjoying the stream, be sure to leave a like and whatnot. It really does always help out, those sorts of things. And, I mean, yeah. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to go on the Flame Strider. There we go, we'll go to the top, and, I think what I'll do is I'll try to align myself with this part here. So I'll use Emily here. Emily is one of my favorite characters in the game. I'll just use her for this. So we'll glide here, and well, yeah. So first of all, we need to let me go to Photopea here, so that way we can start our measurement stuff. So first of all, we don't need to see our sample 3 anymore. I'm going to save here because don't want to lose our sample data. Then we'll rename this to sample 4. And yeah. So let's not walk. And let's go back to Genshin here. Sorry about that. Constantly switching between scenes. Okay. So let's see when okay, this is roughly where the wind glider opens. So what I'm going to do is zoom out a lot, and maybe we'll see if the accuracy is that great. So now we're going to take a screenshot, head over to Photopea, paste, and okay, there we go. Now we have that. Now I should not change the scale, just going to exit out and turn around and go back on top of the map, on top of Tenchukaku. Come on, Mavuika, get up. Mavuika, what are you doing? What the heck? Okay, let's try that again. That's because I fell off the roof. Okay, back on the roof. Go back to Emily. Alright, so I think it was this line. Yeah, I think it was. So, now what I'm gonna do is go back to Genshin, I'm sorry. Start recording. Yeah, I'm recording. And I'll align myself straight with this thing here, so that way we can see. Try to align it. Okay. I think that's good enough, so let's go. Oh, wait. Let's try this again. Sorry. Okay, try it again. Here we go. Hello, Ash. How are we doing? Okay, so saying, hi guys, what are we doing? So right now I am currently testing my map measurement equations and values that I measured from almost a year ago. And essentially, yeah, because the map has expanded quite a bit since like 10 months ago. So essentially, I just need to do a verification just to see if I can still accurately measure distances using the map with the same exact values that I measured 10 months ago. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's just what I'm doing in this stream. So right now, what I'm doing is the testing part where I will have the player glide a certain distance. And then what I can do is get the distance on the map and then measure the distance traveled using the player's gliding speed, the horizontal gliding speed. And yeah, we can compare the two and see how accurate the method is. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to land on the ground before I run out of stamina here. That might just actually happen. It'd be really funny if I run out of stamina. What's going to happen first? Am I going to run out of... Oh, I ran out of stamina. Okay, there we go. Don't change the scale. And we'll take a screenshot. And now we'll be able to measure the distance. I'll stop recording here and head over to Photop. Take our screenshot. There it is. Second screenshot. So, first things first. Let's align these. Let's kind of align these so that way... Just put them on top of each other because I want to. There we go. Okay, because I need to make sure that the scale here has not changed. So, okay, they are the exact same scale. Now what I need to do is to essentially, okay, what I need to do here is to align these maps now, because as you can see here, they aren't exactly aligned. What am I doing? What is happening? Okay. So I'll move this map over like that. And we just need to align them until they are almost pixel perfect with each other. So like this. Okay, it's a little blurry there. Not so blurry here. A little blurry up there. Oh. Okay, which one is less blurry? This one or this one? Let me go down and see how it looks like. So do I see any offsets? There's a little bit of an offset. Okay, so I'll try and move it up. Okay, there's less of an offset in the maps when I turn on and off the layer. So we're good. Next, what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna get rid of this so that way you can see. Oops. Do that so that way you can see. Set this back to 100%, and there we go. Next, we have to measure the pixel difference between the two. Measure the pixel difference between these, and we'll put it roughly here, where this is roughly where the player's position should be. Yeah, roughly here, and then we'll go here. Again, put it right. I think this is more or less where the player's position should be. And then now we have to measure the height and width. So the height is 126, or sorry, the width is 126 and height is 161. So 126, 161. 126, 161. So 126, 161. So 126, 161. Make use of Pythagorean theorem here so that we can measure the length in pixels. Next, we have to measure the height of the slider so that way we can account for a difference in the zoom. So let's go ahead and do that. When the first video came out, I tested it myself. It was accurate. The meters per pixel was different since I was testing it on a tablet, but yeah, haven't played around since too. Okay. The map is pretty accurate for most areas, but Summon, Not Cry, and Nachlan straight up lie to you about the map nowadays. Okay. Yeah. It's actually... Oh, and by the way, SMF... I don't actually know how to say your name. SMFIDG8. I'll just call you SM. So SM, that's actually really cool that you did this test on... you actually did the measurements on mobile, or just even... did it, because I think most people don't really even do the calculations themselves. That's really cool to hear that you actually did it. Anyway, what I need to do now is to check it. So we can see here, we need to measure the height of the thing here. So measure it here. So, yep. But since it's been 10 months since, you know, as I said, it's been 10 months or so since the map has come out, since I've done my measurements and whatnot and calculated the parameters for everything. So, yeah, like for all of this stuff, you have like the zoom factor, we have this H here, we have this Z naught and Z total here. There's a lot of things that I need to check. There's also this row 0 and this row 100%. I just need to make sure that all of those values still hold today, or if I need to adjust them. So far, Z naught and Z total have changed, as they have changed the scale of the how large this the slider is. So that is something to keep in mind. Oh wait, I'm still in here, paint tool side. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, there are a lot of factors that that go into calculating a distance. There's the Z total, there's the Z naught, there's this H, there's row naught, and row 100%. All of these 5 things are needed to make sure that I need to measure all of those 5 things. And what I'm doing now is just measuring distances and seeing if it's accurate enough. So if all of these values are still accurate, then we should still measure accurate distances. So yeah, that's all that I'm doing here. So what was the next thing I was going to do? Right, the pixel height. So let me go back to Photopea here. Okay, we have this pixel height, and we just need to get the distance, which is 20 pixels tall. So we'll head back to our desktop here, and it's 20 pixels, I believe. 20, was it 20? 20 pixels. Yep, it was 20 pixels. Then we can calculate Z prime, ZF, and it's more or less about 9% of the way, or 10% of the way up. That makes sense. I wish my lectures were this entertaining. Yeah, I've gotten quite a few comments that say that. I'm glad that you're enjoying. Yeah, it's very nice to. It's actually really nice when I see people who say that they actually think that what I do helps make things look fun. So, as you can see here, we're measuring a 479.5 meters, more or less the same as this one. It is to be expected because, well, this is to be expected because because we are just gliding until our stamina runs out. So more or less, this is the radius that the traveler can travel from where they start gliding. So now we need to do is to measure the actual distance, because this is just measured from the map. We need to make sure that it actually is correct, and well, I did that by comparing it with gliding speed. So we'll head over to DaVinci Resolve and take a look at our... Why is the second one such an outlier? Yeah, okay, I actually am not too sure about that, but I will say that something about it to me is a little bit odd. So if I go over to the second sample here, so here we have the first sample, this is the second sample, and this is the third sample. In this second sample, I noticed that while I was gliding, there's this gust of wind that just comes out of nowhere. And I am unsure if this affects the horizontal gliding speed of the player. And it happens twice. Yeah, that one, I'm a little concerned that has affected my measurement. So what I'm just doing is continuing to get more measurements. But since I've already taken the measurement and whatnot, it is just there. So yeah, you can see here the error is about 2% here versus the other two, which are less than 1%. Yeah, that one is quite a bit of an outlier. I'm not too sure why there's such a big difference, but hopefully maybe it is because of those gusts of wind. I'm not too sure at the moment, but we'll check again. My other hypothesis was that maybe it could potentially be that it's not accurate when you zoom out more, because in this other one I had the map zoomed out a lot more than the other two. So if you can take a look at the Z prime measurements, this one is 64% zoomed in, and this one is almost 90% zoomed in. Basically, the slider that you use to zoom in and out is closer to the top. This one, however, is 30% of the way up, and this one is only 10%. So maybe there is just something wrong here. So that's what I'm here doing. Anyway, let me go back to DaVinci Resolve so that way we can actually measure the distance here. So yeah, I'm not sure if the gusts of wind has affected my measurement or not. That's all I can really say there. So let's take our measurement. So first of all, what we're going to do, we'll just wait for Emily to open her wind glider. So just need to find the part where she begins to glide. Maybe zoom scale isn't linear. Oh, I'm already accounting for that, Ash. By the way, I guess I can show you. I already accounted for that. So as you could see in this scale here, we have the zoom factor. ZF, it is not linear. It isn't. But what is linear is so yeah, I'm already accounting for non-linearity in this thing. So yeah, this ZF here is actually related to this here, and the non-linearity part is accounted for by using this ZF formula, and it uses a curve fit. So yeah, at most it could be that maybe that this value isn't correct. So, I mean, that's something that's possible, but I'll have to probably save that for another day. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, let me go back to measuring stuff. DaVinci Resolve. Wait for Emily to actually start gliding. Okay, there she is. Now she's gliding. So let's find the first frame. She opens her wind glider. Hello, Emily. And okay, on this, this frame, she's still moving. There's a bit of a Sakura pedal in the way, so it's a little awkward to see. But okay, this flip frame is definitely the start of the wind gliding animation. So we'll start from there. And the next one, we have to find where she starts falling. So almost here. So more or less, let's play it out. Almost. Oh. And let's find the animation where there's a change in the animation. We can see that she changes angle. So that means that she's now in a falling state. So let's do that. Copy our frame. Copy the frames here. And we'll go ahead and head back to here. Paste that. We can measure time. And there we go. It's a little bit off, but as you can see, the error is quite small. Now, I still don't know what's up with this one here. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with this one here. There's one last, because it's a little awkward to measure. Oops. Okay. It's a little awkward to measure distances when you don't really have much to go off of when it comes to measuring accurate distances. Liu Su. I don't know if I have any quests that are located close to the ground, because that's another way I can actually more or less accurately measure the the differences. Yeah. So if I have do I have a quest in Inazuma? Because Inazuma is really close to the ground. There's so much stuff I need to do. I am so out of... I still need to do so many stuff. I still haven't even done Venti's. Okay. Not non-wind gust isn't the same for Liyue or fan gadget wind, so it might be a pain to figure out. Yeah. Yeah, it is unfortunate, so I'm just... So yeah, I just... It's... I'm not... So I'm just keeping the data there, but it is possible that... Oh, Fontaine gadget. Yeah, it's I'm just keeping it there because it is technically a data collected sample, but I'm just leaving it. But yeah, it might be compromised because of the wind gust. So yeah, if anything, yeah, let's do that. I'll take take a sip of water here because I've been talking for a while. So yeah, just give me a moment. Alright, I have noticed, if anything, I do have this quest here, Crimes 1 and 2, so I can actually navigate to that and we'll get a distance measurement. Now, this distance isn't going to be 100% accurate because Mondstadt is not exactly at y equals 0, or the elevation at that can't really exactly account for the difference in elevation. But yeah, so my plan is to essentially just measure the distance and compare it with the value given in this quest here, by the quest tracker thing. So yeah, that's my plan for how we'll be able to potentially account for the height, for how we'll be able to measure across a much larger distance. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the most accurate because there will be a difference in height, but I can't really do much to control that. But either way, if we go far away enough, we should be able to still accurately measure it. So why not? We can go to... Where do I want to start? Maybe we can go to Not Cry. That would be a pretty fun place. Let's go to the Krumkake workshop. Krumkake craft shop, or I forgot what its whole name is. So yeah, this one will be measuring a little bit differently. So, okay, it's about 11 kilometers away. Let's go to Knuckle Duckle over here. Music here is very beautiful, by the way. So yeah, let's go ahead and it updates in real time now. Oh, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't update in real time. So, okay, so now for our distance, it's going to be 11,020 meters. So let's go ahead and head to our desktop. Whoops. Let's go here, 11,000. So we're going to put here an L actual is about 11,020 meters. So we're not going to put anything for this one. And well, yeah, we just need to measure the distance in the map. So how exactly am I going to do that? So because there's a long way here. So once again, I'll zoom out a bit more to let's go here. Let's do this roughly. Ooh, that's a little awkward. Okay, but it's still in view, so okay, let me go to Genshin here. So what I can do here is I can just make a bunch of maps, take a bunch of screenshots here, and go to Photopea, and we can hide this sample. Oh, this music is so good, I swear. I love the song. I forgot what it was called, but I know I definitely would love to listen to it a lot. Anyway, so that's our first screenshot. I'll just continue taking screenshots at the same zoom scale. So then we can, this is our pivot point here, so we just need to find other points. So now we can use that one maybe for our next pivot. Then I'm gonna go put in photopea. I'll show you guys what I'm doing in a minute, just hold on. Okay, so next, okay, we're gonna revolve around this Archon statue. So we'll do something more like this. We'll take a little intermediate screenshot here. Then I'll take yet another one with this teleporter in view. And there we go. We now have a way to connect our maps. So let me actually go to photopea here. I think I can get rid of, I think I can close out DaVinci Resolve now. Don't want my computer to explode from doing stuff. So, okay, here we are. In photopea, we have quite a few screenshots here. We have 4 of them. And I'm going to definitely need to increase the size of my canvas. So let's make the width, let's make it like 4,000. And we'll make the height about 2,500. Let's do that, because we're going to need quite a bit more space. Give me a second. By the way, if you are enjoying the stream, be sure to leave a like and whatnot. It does really help out and everything. So yeah, anyway. So now once we have this, we just need to align the maps. So let's start with the one with these two. So first of all, I guess we can move this. Yeah, we'll keep it there. So for this one, set this to 50% opacity. Then we have to align the maps. Okay. Oops, what am I doing? Okay. My headphones are about to die. That's funny. Let me put this at the very bottom of the canvas, and then we'll move. Okay, we're going to actually need a lot more space here. Let me change the canvas size again. Let's do 6,000 and we'll change this to 4,000 like that. Okay, there we go. Now we have a lot more space to work with. Okay, put this here, put that there, and let's move this one. So, we just need to figure out which Archon stat. Okay, it's this one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's the one. So now we have to align these maps. Align the maps. Okay, that one's a little blurry. That's pretty clear, but everything else around it is getting blurry, so I'm gonna use this one. Okay, let's now double check. Yep, pretty aligned, I think. It looks pretty aligned. So that's that map. Put it back to 1,000. Okay, I'm gonna take off my headphones here because my headphones are about to die, so just give me a moment. Okay, all right. Hold on, do I have audio? Hold on, where's my audio? I cannot hear myself. Okay, there we go. Now we can hear. Okay, now I can hear it. Sorry about that. Now let's continue aligning the maps so that we can measure the distance. Okay. All right, sorry. Let's do this. Put that over here, and now we just need to align that map as well. So let's change the opacity so we can see under. And as you can see here, this is where we'll have to make our alignment. So right here, let's use this one. So that's pretty clear. That's not as clear, a little blurry. Oop. Let's go down one and see how that aligns. Okay, I think I'll put it up. Okay, there's still an offset, but unfortunately there's nothing much I can do about that. Sometimes the maps just don't perfectly align, so that's unfortunate. Go to 100%. Why is it invisible? Okay, there we go. Now for the last one, we're going to need a bit more space, but we can get rid of some of the top. So change the canvas size. Width, we'll make it 7,000, and the height, we can make it like 3,000, I think. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Everything is a little bit further down than I'd like them to. So let's just move everything up. So yeah, essentially we're kind of just recreating the map here with just a few things. So we just need to align them until we get them to be perfectly aligned. So right here, we can make use of the statue of the 7 here. Now, okay, I think that's relatively aligned, but we'll zoom out and then turn it off and on just to see. Okay, let me go up here. Is it aligned? That looks pretty aligned to me, so I'll go ahead and... Oh gosh. Photopea, don't crash. Let me save here. I don't want Photopea to crash, and then I'll lose all the screenshots. Save. So yeah, this is now over a much larger distance, and as you can see, we have a map from Not Cry all the way to this quest marker. So hopefully the distance should be roughly what we expect. I forgot to check if the scale was the same in all things, but let's make sure. Let's do that first. Let's make sure the scale is the same in all of them. So we'll do this. Measure it like that, and measure here. So the vertical height we measure is 33 pixels. So now we can go back to here and input our 33 pixels here. Okay. So that now we have our row. Now we just need to do the things. Now we just have to check if this scale is maintained in all of the other, oh my gosh, what is happening? You have to make sure that this is maintained in all of the other screenshots, otherwise we are going to have problems. So let's see, is it 33? Yep, it is. Is it 33? 33. Yep, 33. And all we gotta, oops, not that one. Oh gosh, what is happening? Please, just let me scroll. Zoom in, and this one should be 33. Yep, everything matches. Perfect. So now all we gotta do is to measure the distance. Okay, here we go. We'll start from here, and we'll just draw out our line. Let me zoom out here. It's a pretty long distance, so I expect the pixels to be quite far apart. Now we just need to make some small corrections to this, and hopefully we'll be able to get the more accurate distance. So I think that's roughly the distance there. And again, there will be a bit of a height difference between these 2 points, so I expect it to not be 100% accurate. And something I actually forgot to check is if, or actually I think it should, the ocean should align with Mondstadt's ocean, I think. Let me just double check that in the map. So, okay, so we have water here, there's gonna be water here, it's probably gonna be, oh gosh. Does the ocean line up? I think it should. I think this should be y equals 0. or elevation is 0 at the sea level of this, I hope. Otherwise it's going to be really awkward. I think the only one that I need to worry about is like Fontaine, because Fontaine is a little bit higher up in elevation than the others. So I'm going to assume that the height difference is negligible. Hopefully it is. Otherwise we're going to have problems. Alright, so we have a width of 5,095 and a height of 361. So 550, 95, 361. Let's go back. So 5095361, I think. 595. Yep, there we go. So we'll go back to our desktop here. And the moment of truth. That is not at all correct. What the heck is happening? Oh, I forgot to... Okay. It's a little bit off, but the percent error is still quite small. And there we go. I think, okay, so we just have this one outlier here that's much greater than the rest, and we have a little bit of a reason to believe why that one might be inaccurate. So I think it's safe to say that it's pretty safe to say that whatever that my method, or at least the values, so the values of 1.2, these values that I have here are pretty much the same. Because all these values depend on each other, because I'm not using a scale of like, so if you look at my, what's that called? Zoom factor here, it's not exactly 0 and it's not exactly 1. So that means that there are still, that these measurements for row 100% and row 0% still contribute to, not just rows, not that just these two, but actually these three all contribute into making a calculated measurement from the map. So I think it's pretty safe to say that the error is really small. It's less than 1% in most case, in pretty much every case except this one. I don't know, it's still a little bit of a mystery as to why that one is so different than the others. The only thing I could say is that probably the gust of wind had something to do with it. I don't know if that affects things. So, well, yeah, it's been quite a bit of a long stream. Do you guys still want to continue, or are you guys all right? Oops, I should probably. Yeah. How are you guys feeling? Are you still want in the mood for me to continue, because it's been quite a while for me. I've been streaming for a bit of a while. Yeah, I've been streaming for almost how long have I been streaming? Almost, oh wow, almost 3 hours. So yeah, okay. Oops, I'm sorry, Emily. Because if you guys are feeling like, I mean, I can end things off here soon here, because I'm getting a little tired. Might want to end things off soon. So, but if you guys, I won't mind doing like going a little bit longer, just a little bit. What do you guys want? Okay, you know what? Here's what I'll do. I'll just do a little bit of a poll. Should I continue?
Oh, now there's an idea.
There we go. I'll make a poll for you guys because I don't because I don't know. What do you guys want? Oh wait, oh gosh. What the heck my okay. Okay, are you okay? Want some water or potato chips? We should probably test if gliding speed is affected by the current. Not rigorously, but just to make sure. Like as a small thing to test off before we end. Okay, Ash, let's see. You think phlogiston current does speed you up a bit. Okay, okay, for some odd reason, I was like looking at one of the chats here and it was not showing up there, so sorry if I didn't see. Why not? I'll just end the poll. I think that is a fair thing to, let me unpin that message as well. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to ask, because, I think that, yeah, that's... Wow, 0. 0. No, nobody voted, because nobody voted. So, yeah. That is a fair thing to want to know, but I think it's a little difficult to measure how, Okay, I guess something I can think of right off the bat is to measure distances and then see if the actual... Because we kind of already know that... Okay, choices are kind of vague. I want the stream to continue, but only after the last test as Ash suggested. If you're comfortable, I'm kind of just listening to you in the background. Okay, that's... Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. Well, okay, I'm trying to think of a way to test that at the moment, because I'm kind of just doing this on the spot, so, let me try to brainstorm here, because I'm not sure how to test it at the moment. Okay, we kind of are armed with a bit of knowledge now. We have some knowledge as, whatever, I forgot his name from Sumeru. The jerk that... Poor Nahida. Anyway, so supposedly we might have, like... So here's like Emily or something, I don't know. So you can test it by limiting the horizontal distance traveled and see the time it takes. Okay, yeah, that's true. That's actually a good, that's actually a pretty good way to test it. So, something I want to do is I'm just going to change my angle and then repeatedly teleport to the same exact location. So, okay, why is my mouse going off to the side? Okay. Something I'm planning on doing is to just jump off this cliff, then to measure distance. Okay, there was a bit of there's a wind gust here, and then, yeah, maybe we can use that to our advantage. It's also worth mentioning that we do also know that the map measurements are now relatively accurate, or if they should be pretty accurate, so oh yeah, I'm sharing the notebook. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I make mistakes. Basically what I was doing is I was testing if when you teleport to when you go to one of the porters, it will always put you at the same exact location, and I just need to reset the camera, and then we can just do a bit of gliding. Now, as you can see, we get a wind gust there. Now, we kind of also know that our map measurement distances are pretty accurate, at least so far. There's only been one test that seems to suggest that it might not be accurate. So I think it's fair to claim that
would you mind coming with me to buy a copy of today's newspaper?
I think it's fair to say that our map measurement is most likely accurate, or do you think it's best to not assume that? Not to assume that our map measurements are accurate. Because it's just this one sample here. I guess if we're trying to test if it's accurate, then I guess it's best not to use any measurements used from this. Because I'm trying to think of how we would measurement. Okay. Probably easier to test in Milliastra. I don't actually know how to set it up there, so I'm not sure how to set it up is the thing, because I haven't done any building in Milliastra Wonderland yet. That is a bit of a problem. Let me just let me close out some tabs because I have a lot of tabs open at the moment and I don't want my computer to explode. So closing out some tabs here. Okay. Let's see. How can I do this? 'Cause I need a way to measure a distance horizontally, but I don't know how far I'll be traveling before a wind gust appears is the thing. 'Cause originally I would base the actual distance off of like I would base the actual distance measured off of the time of wind gliding. So thinking. I'm trying to think here. Let me just do this. Go to Paintal Psi again. So we have Emily over here. She's I am going to try to draw Emily because I want to. So we have Emily. She's like right. She's more or less gliding or something. So I do not know how to draw Emily, so I'm doing a probably extremely terrible job. You know what? Never mind. I'm not going to draw. So okay, let's kind of draw it out to see if we can get an idea for how this experiment will go. So we have our ledge here, some sort of ledge. We start off right here. Then essentially we're gonna go to fly a little bit of a distance, and then there's going to be a little gust of wind that will cause our player to fly up a little bit. So that's the gliding or something. Use a landmark and glide in a straight line to it. If currents do speed you up, okay. Yeah, okay. So that's a pretty good idea. I think two landmarks that we can immediately make use of are this teleporter and the other, or sorry, let me share screen. Okay, are this teleporter and the other teleporter nearby. Now, of course, the problem is that I need to measure the distance between them, but as you can see, I'm already getting a gust of wind. So how exactly am I going to measure the distance between them without the awkward part is I need to measure the distance, though. That's the thing. I need to measure the distance. But if I can't rely on the map to measure the distance, then what can I do? Or actually, one idea I can think of is to just walk, but that doesn't sound like an accurate way of doing it either. So that's a little awkward. So So if I start here and then just kind of... Okay, what if you open the map when the gust of wind appeared and when and then again when it ends? What exactly... SM, what exactly is... I mean, I'm not really sure how... Because the problem is I need to know the actual distance between two landmarks. But if I can't use... but if I can't use like map measurements to measure the distance between the two, how exactly am I going to determine if the distance, yeah, how can I measure the distance if I can't use a map measurement distance? We don't actually need the distance. Okay. Ah, are you suggesting we need the time? Oh wait, okay, I'll give you. I'll let you explain. You know what? Here's what I'll do. While I'm waiting, I'll just do some repertoire of Myriad Melodies because I absolutely love this game. Yeah, I'll give you a moment to explain it. Why not? We'll play Lights on Me, because... Actually, I should get out Shilonen for this, because that's her song. Let's do that again. Lights on Me. Oops, I'm already bad at this. Holy crap, what is happening? Oh. This is so hard. What the heck? Oh my gosh, this is so hard. What the heck? Okay. Okay. Somehow okay. Okay, so let me go ahead and actually read what you put out. So, okay. We don't actually need the distance. Okay, keeping some distance d constant. This value can be arbitrary since we just need to know if things change and not by how much. Okay. In trial 1, glide in a straight line past the landmark and measure the time. Pray you don't get a current. Okay, in trial 2, do it again and pray you get a current. Observe the time. Okay, well, I mean... I hope that works. So I'll guess what I can do These are completely random, so we can only do the test if we by random. So what I'm going to do is I'll do it from this one here. Yeah, well, I guess that's the closest thing I could do. So, and then we'll just go to the other one and we'll pray that we don't get a, yeah. If I actually would glide, thank you very much, Shilonen. Please work with me here. Pray, okay, we got a gust of wind. One gust of wind. Okay, I think that's one sample. So I'll end it there. I think there's a better way, but it requires assumption phlogiston and wind currents are equal. I see. I don't know. Cause I have a feeling that this wind gust might always be here, is the problem. Okay, let's do another sample. Shilonen, please. We immediately get a gust of wind. How wonderful. So, yeah, this is a very RNG based test. Don't get a gust of, I got a gust of wind. Okay. And we actually got 2 that time. Yeah, okay, you can go to an area without wind currents and use the Fontaine gadget to apply a wind. Do I have that gadget though? Where do you get that gadget? Because I don't think I have it. Actually, I have a better... Okay, I think I have an idea. What I can do is I can just... I'll zoom in perfectly, like... I'll use the map. And then I could compare it against an actual measurement of distance. Because, yeah, I can do that. So, here on Teyvat, I'm in Photopea, so I'll just paste something. Okay, I'll paste that here. And all I need to do is to get this line length and then roughly, and if the two are of equal, and yeah, I just get I'll also find another place that has like a relatively equal line distance between them, straight line distance between them. And check if it more or less matches. So I just need to find a flat area or something. Or why not? We can actually make use of... we can actually just go over here and then measure that distance and see if it matches. So, because I feel like I really do need to just measure a distance here. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to... I did think of another method, but it's annoying as well. Okay. Well, I mean, can always suggest. So what just basically what I can do is I know that without a wind current, my distance measurements are accurate. I can accurately measure distances so long as I can properly glide or walk a distance. Yeah. So that is my suggestion is to what I'm currently thinking is to instead, like, if I know the distance of a glide is accurate, I can... Okay, so like for example, I already know that... Oh wait, no, I have to get the exact scale correct. What I'll do is I'll zoom in at 100%, roughly measure a distance. Yeah, I'll do, yeah. Measure a distance and then I can get the pixel length if you have, no, I do not have sit lolly. I don't have sit lolly, so no. And either way, I don't know how her movement is affected by her custom glide. So, because I always consider the most, for me personally, I always consider player movement, like basic jogging like this, or walking, or falling, or gliding, to be the most reliable sources for measurements, as in, yeah, because I have measured the player movements already. I have measured them in a video before. So I always personally consider those to be like the baseline measurement for measurement. In terms, so I try to make it such that the map distance measurement matches with player movement, which matches like the teapot, like distances within the, which actually supposedly will match distances in the game as presented. So yeah, that's why I prefer to use things like player walking, player jogging, or gliding to measure a distance. The idea is that, okay, but my idea is that basically I'll measure a distance and then I'll get the pixel length, because I already know if I'm zoomed in at, for example, 100%, if I measure the same pixel length, I'll get the same exact distance. So I just need it, if I know that it's accurate when I measure 100%, it should be accurate when I go measure it in another place. That's basically my logic, the logic that I'm going for here. So yeah, that's basically what I'm planning on doing. Is so I'll use the map, but I'll only do it, but I'll use it if I know that the scale is correct. All right, so basically, I guess I'll just do this again. So we're in Genshin. Okay. Also, we not just do a video analysis of the minimap for sample 2 to figure out. Oh. Video analysis? Like, what do you mean? Oh, of the minimap. Ah. Actually, that does sound plausible. Actually, let me go ahead and edit. Let me bring out DaVinci Resolve again, because maybe we might be able to see the distance, the speed, and whatnot. And just see if it kind of slows down or something. Let's see if my sample has it. So I'm just opening DaVinci Resolve at the moment. Just give me a moment. I'm sorry, I just really love Emily. She's not my favorite character, but I just really like her. Given a time T spent in the wind current.
Many ladies in the court of Fontaine like to spray their perfume onto a delicate lace fan, allowing them to generate a pleasant fragrance with each flick of the wrist. It's
Okay, sorry, I'm just opening up DaVinci Resolve here. Oh, my top 3? My favorite character in the game is Ningguang. Ningguang is my favorite character, followed by Navia, and then I think Emily might be there, might be third or fourth. I don't know, she might be third or fourth. But yeah, Ningguang is my favorite. She's my favorite character. Anyway, let me go ahead and go over to DaVinci Resolve. Also, Zhongli, start playing the lyre so that way you don't... Actually, wait, I can just bring out... just give me a second here. Sorry, this is not important. Don't worry, it's nothing important, so you're not missing out from... There we go, okay. DaVinci Resolve, here we are. Okay, just let's go to the mini-map, and hopefully there's enough in the background to see. So yeah, so we have the mini-map here, and hopefully we'll be able to see. Okay, it's a little bit laggy. Forgive me for if it's a little bit laggy. Sorry, it's the video is lagging right now. I'm getting like 16 frames per second. Hopefully, I'm just trying to cache the motion so that way it doesn't. That way we can get a 60 frame per second or something. Do you think it's like it looks pretty much the same to me. Yeah, to me it looks almost like nothing has changed. Oh, there's another wind gust. Yeah, it looks pretty... Yeah, it looks like nothing has changed. Did I mess up the time or something? No, that's when it is. Okay, let me double check my... The next thing I can think of is maybe I messed up on my sample number 2. Okay, sample number 2, here we are. Did I mess up the alignment of the maps in any way? There's a little bit of an offset, but I don't think that should be enough to cause that much of a problem. Next question, did I accurately measure everything, accurately measure the distances? So we have this one. So 210, 251. 210, 251, yep, okay, so that one's accurate. Then we have this one, which is 50. 50, yep, it's all the values are inputted correctly. Yeah, I'm not quite sure why sample 2 is such an outlier compared to the others. Yeah, I'm not sure why sample 2 has a big margin of error. Or big error, yeah, for this one. Because this one is correct, so it's using the 6, yeah, okay. Divide by 60, that's correct. Yeah, I don't really know why there's a little bit of a difference, but there's a bit of a difference between the two. Let me check Photopea again. Let me just make sure. Did I mess up on the scale, perhaps? Did I accidentally assume that they were the same and when they really were not? So let's see if I move this over here, does it also read 50? It also does read 50, so that's not the problem. Everything seems to line up here. Oh, okay, so I think everything lines up here on my like, I don't think I made any mistakes when measuring the... getting the values and putting them into here. Wonder what it could be. Yeah, I don't know. But it does, like you said, it does look the distance, okay, it doesn't look like the gliding did affect, or the wind gust affected the linear speed, and if it did, it's very small, or it's like unnoticeable from our just quick check. I don't really know why I don't really know why it's an outlier like that. Another thing, I mean, if you want, I can do one last sample and then repeat, like, because maybe it might have something to do with like the fit that I've done. So let me go ahead and go to my desktop here. If I check, like, cause you know that I'm using a curve fitted equation to calculate the values here. So roughly 30%, I guess, is like around here. So if the value is roughly correct, we should be expecting, we should expect that if maybe there's potential that the curve isn't exactly fitted. Unfortunately, what I will say is that refitting this curve does take a long time, because I would have to getting the measurements for this takes a while. It really does take a while, because first of all, you need to have a known distance between two landmarks, and then you have to both have to be visible at all scales for, like, from 0%, in this case all the way up to 100%. So yeah, that's one's really annoying. It takes a lot, as you can see here. I mean, it's not too many samples, it's only like 15 samples here, but it does take a bit of some time to do. And well, I don't think I'll have time to do it in this stream if I ever decide to do it. So there's a chance that maybe around 30% the equation isn't accurately fitted. I don't know, who knows. So what I'm thinking is that, what if I put the zoom scale at approximately 30% again, and then just see what happens when I glide? Or actually, we don't need to do that. I think something simpler we could do is that, so with that we don't need to do a bit of gliding and whatnot, is that all I can do is just make use of this thing again, and then measure the distance from Leo to Mondstadt. Obviously I can't be up here though, because this is a little too high, so maybe I'll go down here. So I just need to essentially do the same thing I did for this very last sample I did here. I'll just have a known distance, and then we'll calculate things. Now, of course, it's a little awkward to tell if my height is roughly accurate or not, or roughly the same as the other point. So I don't know how far you need to be for this the difference in distance to be all right. I'll just here's what I think what I'll do is I'll just I'm starting to lag here, dear gosh. I'll where can I go? So I don't want to be too far away and whatnot. Because that takes a bit of some time. I just want to do a quick check. Maybe we can go here or something. mean, I think it is far enough to maybe that the height differences might not be that bad. So I guess I'll just kind of sit around here or something. Okay, why not? We'll just have a seat here. Where's the seat? Where is it? There it is. Alright, so I'll just put it at approximately 30% of the way, so I think this is about 50%, so maybe, let's put it there. Or is that 25% of the way? Yeah, let's go a little higher. Because, okay, this is like 100%, this is 0%, we have 50%, so... rough, it should be a little bit, just a little bit closer to the top. I think that's around 30%. And yeah, let's go. I messed up I zoomed in, I messed up. Now I have to re-check if... Is that around halfway, more or less? I think that's good enough. Okay, let's take some screenshots and do the same thing again. Do we know the velocities of arrows in Genshin? Might be a pretty dumb method, but might work if we do. As of now, I have not been, okay. I do have a measurement, but I think it's not I think, it doesn't accurately predict it beyond 30 meters, basically, I think. Or what's it called? What's it called? Okay, basically no, I don't. Basically, the values I have for arrow physics, I think, need to be fixed. Yeah, so no. What's it called? Okay, screenshot. Okay, let's do another sample. Sample 6. I'll go back to Photopea because we need to know. I also need to... I thought you can use arrow ICD delay to measure any distance between us and an enemy with an elemental shield. Arrow ICD decay? What is that? He has a whole series on that. Well, it's not a series, but it's not a series of it's not a series, it's just one single video about the physics of arrows. I still have yet, or I mean I have 2 videos, but the second video shows that I still need the second video shows that there's some problems and it needs to be fixed or whatever. But I have not done those fixes yet, so this is what I can work with at the moment. Okay. What am I looking at? Okay, we're at Photopea. Amount of elemental gauge units an arrow applies decays over time. Oh, I actually don't know that. Huh. I never actually knew that. Okay. I mean, it's possible, but I mean, I don't have any measurements for it. And either way, my projectile motion equations for the arrows, though, at least aren't accurate enough yet, so I don't think I can use it. I'm not comfortable using it, basically. That's my problem. I still have yet to fix my arrow physics stuff because everybody still wants to see more other videos that aren't related to it, but I mean, that's what people want. Still would like to fix it eventually, but I don't know when that will be. The first thing I probably should have asked is if I maintained my scale, but oh well. So, well, we're gonna have to do this again, so hopefully this should be around 50 pixels high. Oh gosh, that blends really quite a lot with the background. 46, that's pretty close. So I think we'll go back to our desktop here. 46 on this one. Almost 20%, almost 30%, but close enough. Next, what I want to do is I actually need to get the actual distance between the two, so that's actually pretty funny. I need to get the actual distance, so let me get out of the map here. So 3138. So 3138. Desktop. 3138. Next, we'll need to get the distance in photopea between the player. Oh wait, I should actually just verify that I didn't accidentally change the scale. Okay, yeah, it's the same. So now I just need to do is measure the distance between the two. So I'll just do that, and then we'll fix the points. As soon as it stops lagging, that is. Please don't tell me please don't tell me it crashed. I'm just gonna save here before it crashes and then I lose everything. Save, please. You can do it. You can save. You can do it, please. Please, save. Come on. Ah, dear gosh. Please, save. Thank you. Finally, saved. Okay, now we can zoom in. Then we can just drag that point here. Put that roughly where the player would be located. I think that's a good enough position. Then we'll go over here. There we go. And well, we just gotta measure the distance now. 1453. So 1453. 1453. And then the other one I didn't read. Let me go back to it. 667. So 667. Well, moment of truth. Huh. What'd you know? Take a look at that. It's the most accurate of all of the 6 samples. Okay, that's actually pretty funny. Yeah, okay, I don't know. I really don't know what's wrong with this one sample. I don't know what's wrong with the sample. It's really just an outlier. I can't really explain why it's doing that. What? 6-7 made it accurate? Did I do something wrong? The blessings of the 6-7 god. What is happening? Wait, what? Why is 6-7 getting praised? 6-6-7. What is happening? Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why this one isn't such an outlier compared to the others. I have 5 samples that have errors less than 1%. Oh, it's a TikTok meme? I am so out of touch. I don't know anything. And on average, our percent error is like... is really small. It is less than 1%. 6-7 is an internet meme. I don't even know. I am so out of touch. Give me a second. Take a sip of water. Well, yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't really know what to say, because... Can we just see clip 2? Oh, okay, let me go ahead and open it. Just give me a moment. I'll open a clip. Where is it?
Start recording.
I feel like there's some way to qualitatively do this. Okay, so right now, here I'll show my desktop. Here's clip 2. So yeah, let me just... So right now, I can open it up in DaVinci Resolve, but yeah, you just have to give me a moment. So right now, yeah. Actually, I'm curious. Let me just see where the wind glider opens versus where. So, okay, the wind glider opens here, and what I want to do is I'm going to take a not a screenshot of that. I'm going to take a screenshot of this mini map here. Then I'll go to photo P and then just kind of see if maybe I messed up on something else. Let me double check. Sample 2, okay. So this one's gonna be low res, but it'll be what we have to do. No, I think it looks pretty close to where I was. Okay. Okay, oh, yeah, I guess that is true. I could just do it again. Could just go back to Notlan and do it again. That is true. Just give me a moment here. Well, Farina, I guess you're gonna be the one to, I'll try to recreate the exact setup again. So I'm just gonna save here. Close that out. Oops, I should go back to Genshin. I don't think I need this, I don't need Paint Tool Psi anymore because I'm trying to try not to explode my computer here because my computer isn't like the most powerful thing. It's decent, it's decent, that's all I could say. So I guess, yeah, we can just go back to Notnan and try it again. Hopefully we'll actually be able to, and we'll see if the error just pops up or if it's just, maybe it really was just some weird outlier or something. Well, which direction should I go? Should I actually just follow the same exact thing? It's a little laggy. Let me just try to. Dear gosh, it is quite a bit it's quite laggy. I'm not sure. Okay. Well, yeah, I don't really know what else to say. I guess I'll align myself with this crack in the ground here, so that way I can... Why is it lagging so much? Okay. Then we're gonna zoom out to more or less about 30%. So I think that this is... I think, yeah, this is a... Okay, let's make another sample. This is... I've been streaming for a while now, my gosh. Sample 7. Okay, that's the position roughly where we start gliding. Unfortunately, I can't get them at the same time though. But, yeah. From here, we now have to... what's it called? Start recording. Hopefully we won't get any much lag spikes. Otherwise, this is going to be really awkward. Well, oh my gosh, lag. Why? Okay, let's just try it again and see what happens. No gust of wind yet. Oh, speak of the devil. It is a little laggy, I'm noticing. That I'm getting some lag spikes. That is something I'm noticing. Will we get a second one? Yeah, I'm getting some lag spikes, if anything. Though it might just be, I don't know. We're only getting one gust of wind this time. That's... seems to be the case. Well, it is just an outline map, so sometimes you can... so straight up lie... sometimes straight up lies to you. Well, I mean, even if that is true... even if the map doesn't like match 1-to-1, the pixel measurement distances should still be consistent because it's the player's position on the map that actually matters, not so much the actual drawings of the things. Okay, we can get another one. Screenshot. Yeah, but it's basically the relative distances between the player and the, and all of the, everything else. It's not so much the actual, whether or not the drawing matches the game. So, because, I'm the only thing that I'm relying upon are like, oh, I use the teleporters to measure the distances between things. To use the teleporters to align the maps, and then we measure the distances based on the pixel difference. So yeah, I don't think that should be much of a factor. So sample 19, just gotta do it like that, align them. Because yeah, as you can, because the points where that matter are like, okay, where does the map is consistent. That's basically it. The map is consistent, so even if so it doesn't really matter if things don't match up correctly in terms of the drawings, like how well the drawings matches the real world, because the thing that actually matters is if the map is consistent in its how it's presented in this thing. No, not the drawings. The player icon is sometimes over 500 from their actual location in some sub areas, like the Golden Entreaty and some Night Kingdom areas. Player icon is sometimes over 500 from their actual location. How can that actually happen? Yeah, I don't know how that can happen, but if anything. First, I should have also checked if the... Oh, well, this one has a straight line for this one, so I guess I'm just gonna have to do it like this. I don't think I zoomed in, so okay, that's 53, so we can go back to our desktop. So 53 here. It's almost the same, so there we go. guess we should just double check to see if the other one if it matches the other one as well. Otherwise, that would be really awkward. So let's just put that here. Yep, matches. Okay, we're good. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead, and that's roughly the position of the player, I think. Then this one. Roughly here. Okay, so 193 and 222. One, 9, 3, and 222. I mean, I don't know. I haven't done that. I haven't done sort of. Okay, so right now, okay, we've measured 547 meters, and now we just need to go back to DaVinci Resolve. So I'll just go back to the game. For a bit, just need to open DaVinci Resolve, so that way we can measure things. Yeah, I don't know. I know this happens with one spot in Ochkanatlan, but it's not surface layer, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we're on the surface of the Teyvat, so I'm not sure if those things would apply, since the ones that you've mentioned almost sound like it's as if the player has transported to a different zone, more or less. So I don't know. Okay, DaVinci Resolve is opening, so just give it some time. Okay, here we are, DaVinci Resolve. It's one specific location, probably not here. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, here we are, DaVinci Resolve. Hopefully we won't have problems. We'll see, we'll just get the time again. We can get rid of the audio because it's not needed. Okay, we have to do it from the moment the wind glider wings open up. So the first frame, there we go, first frame, cut, go all the way here again, wait for her to run out, wait for Emily to run out of stamina. Oh, one frame, two frame, nope, okay. Okay, there it is. So let's try this again. Our frames is 5,512. Let's now go back to our desktop. 5,512. Copy this formula, paste it there. Okay, the error is still a bit larger than the rest, but it's much less than it was before. Noticeably, there was only one wind gust rather than two. Let me check my other sample. Did I do something wrong here with... I think this was the one, yeah. Let me double check to make sure that I didn't just accidentally cut off at the wrong time. Okay, so here it should be that. Okay, this is the first frame. See, okay, 61404. Yeah, that's the same as the one as I have here. So yeah, it's a little bit less accurate, but but the measurement, it's not, it's less accurate than the others by a bit. I don't know, again, it could potentially have to do with the fitted equation I have here. Maybe it's not accurate around 30% or something. Let me actually check. Do I have a sample data? Okay. Wow, okay, that one's at 0. The residual of this one is at 0. So, yeah, I don't know why the other, but again, the only thing I can think of is that maybe there's some slight difference in the player's speed when the wind gust occurs. Let me take a look at the sample again. So it's not the gust. If it was, it would be both positive error. Both positive error. Ah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, I guess it would be expected that the actual that the measured distance here would be expected to be larger than the predicted one. Because okay, this one's measured correctly. We already know that all of these stuff that I need to input are measured correctly. This one, I'm pretty sure it's measured correctly. I don't know. There's just yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't know if it has something to do with. Wait, what were Escoffier's teammates? I think if that was a problem, Escoffier, all of our measurements would have been affected. It's only we have Skirk, Yelan, and Farina, and I'm pretty sure they don't have any. I'm pretty sure they don't do any sort of movement buffs. No. Is L actual just TF divided by 10? Just something I noticed. Oh, actually that's a coincidence. That's just a coincidence. It's because the player moves at a speed of 6. The horizontal gliding speed is 6, but I have 60 frames per second. It's a coincidence because, you know, distance is velocity times time, and you know, yeah, it's just it's a coincidence. Yeah, I measured this stuff a while back, so the horizontal gliding speed, it's pretty much 6, so I feel it's safe to say that that it's just due to that's only, yeah, whatever. My Escoffier's teammates. Farina. Arena. Who else was there? Yellen. No. Okay. Yeah, I don't think she... Unless she herself has something, I don't think so. It's like, might have used Rosaria, didn't notice the nighttime speed buff or something, so I was thinking the teammate might have been bricked with since it was Rosaria. But it depends on night. Yeah, that one also depends on night, from what I remember. I did not have Rosaria in the team. Let's save Emily from this free fall. I don't really know what to say. Seems like there's just seems to be some sort of difference in the two. How long have I been streaming? Let me see. 4 hours. Wow. These Genshin Science live streams really just do be quite long. You're home, aren't you? You're home. Maybe it's in the no, I have not done any of Columbina's weekly quests. I have not done any of Columbina's weekly quests. I have a lot. There's a lot I need to catch up on in terms of like quests and everything, so yeah. What do you mean I can't deploy here? Come on, man. Just let me sit down. You gotta go, it's like 2 AM, good luck. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I need to also head off too. It's been a while. It's been 4 hours. So, yeah. Alright, Ash. Well, it was really nice having you here. You as well, SM. It was nice having you here as well. And there was one other person, Lazulin. Yeah, nice having you all here to check things out. Well, I guess I might as well wrap things up. And... because, I mean, I'll be honest, I have no idea. I personally have no idea. I cannot... Yeah. Okay, bye-bye chat, bye-bye and sake. Heart. Yep. Alright, see ya, Ash. Good night. Yeah, okay, so as you can see from our data, we have that the error, that the map measurement coefficients have changed, specifically Z0 and Z total. They are now smaller than they used to be. It used to be, they used to be 10 and 194. However, they are now 6 and 156. However, everything else appears to be accurate so far. Seems to be accurate, as most of the distance measurements with the map correspond correctly with the wind gliding speed. I just realized I could actually do a test. I could actually do something called a t-test just to very quickly check if the... You know what? Here's when I'll open up Excel. Just give me a second. Don't want... let me just... Yeah. Just give me a second. I'll
just treat them as new samples.
I just realized I could just actually use Excel to do a quick t-test and see if there's a significant difference, at least a statistically significant difference between the two. So this one is L map and this one's L actual. Let's do that. We can make use of our data. Where is that data analysis? Just a very quick thing, then we can make use of a t-test. Assuming equal variances. I'm pretty sure they should have equal variances, assuming that... Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I think they should have equal variances. So our input variable 1 range is this. Variable 2 is this. Labels. Alpha does not honestly matter. You can just put it here. Alpha, well, it kind of just depends on, yeah, things. So here we go. We have T-stat, critical, oh gosh, two-tailed. Two-tailed. If there was a significant difference, then this value should be less than this, because that's the standard 5%, but this is very close to 100%. So at least statistically, with an alpha with a level of significance is 5%, or about 5, or yeah, 0.05. Then and if it was less than that, so let me just show you. So this P2 tail here, that is less than, that one is greater than this one. So there is no statistically significant difference between these two sample data.
I'll just treat them as new samples.
Well, of course, it does depend on, I don't know, it depends. The point is that, yeah, statistically there's very little difference between them. There's like a 2% error on this this one. I do not know why it's a 2% difference. It just seems to be the case. It's an outlier, but everything else is way below 1% error. So yeah, I don't really know what to say. The other well, I mean, hopefully, I don't know if we'll figure it out, but we will eventually. But yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say that the method, this measurement method, does work from what I can tell. It does seem to predict the accurate distances. I just now need to use these values instead of these values for Z0 and Z total. All right. So yeah, let me go back to Genshin here. So yeah, I guess that's really about it for now. So thanks for watching and hope you've enjoyed. Oh, SM. Okay, yeah. Hello, SM. Maybe just slight lag, so the actual amount of frames is different. Yeah, it's also possible. It could be also possible that there was a lag. I can't tell. I mean, when I look back at the footage, I can't really notice much of a difference. I don't know. I really don't know what the different reason is for the discrepancy. Well, but sometimes you just have things. Yeah, have a nice rest of the day. All right, you too, SM. It was nice having you here. Anyone else gonna? Is that it? Okay. So, well, I guess yeah, we'll be able to end things off. Bye, Emily.